Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment when the unease started. Most people would probably say it was when we saw the cabin, but for me, it began much earlier. A subtle prickle at the back of my neck that only grew sharper with every mile we put behind civilization. I was 28 then, and my buddy Mark was a couple years older. We'd been hiking together since high school, tackling trails all over the Pacific Northwest. We weren't extreme mountaineers, but we knew our way around the woods. We respected them, and more importantly, we knew their dangers. This particular trip was a week-long venture into a lesser-known section of the Olympic National Forest, deep in Washington state. It was late September, the kind of time when the air is crisp and the leaves are starting to turn, but you can still get caught by an unexpected early winter storm. We depacked for anything: good waterproof gear, plenty of layers, a two-person tent, enough dehydrated meals to feed a small army, and of course our trusty GPS and paper maps. Yeah, we were old school. Relying solely on electronics out there felt like asking for trouble. Our plan was ambitious. We wanted to hit a remote lake that, according to our research, offered some incredible, untouched fishing. The trail itself was barely maintained, marked on the map with a dotted line that suggested more of a suggestion than a clear path. That was part of the appeal, honestly. We craved that feeling of being truly off-grid, away from the constant hum of phones and the never-ending noise of the city. We were good at navigating, comfortable in silence, and generally prepared for whatever the wilderness threw at us. Or so we thought. The first 3 days were typical. Long hikes, setting up camp, swapping bad jokes over a tiny sputtering fire, and the pure, unadulterated peace that only comes from being surrounded by towering old-growth trees. We saw deer, a family of elk, and even a distant bear, which we gave a wide berth. The weather was holding, sunny and cool, making for perfect hiking conditions. We were making good time, even with the challenging terrain. The only thing out of the ordinary, if you could even call it that, was the absolute quiet. I mean, usually, even deep in the forest, you hear something: birds, squirrels, the rustle of wind through the canopy. But here, once we got truly off the beaten path, it was like the forest held its breath. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also heavy. On the fourth morning, we were consulting our map, planning our route for the day. Our goal was to reach a ridge that promised a panoramic view and a good spot to set up camp before descending towards the lake. Mark traced a finger across the faded topographical lines. Okay, so if we push hard, we should clear this section by early afternoon. Then it's a relatively easy descent. That's when I noticed it, a tiny, almost imperceptible symbol on the paper map, tucked away in a dense patch of forest about an hour's hike off our planned route. It was a small black square, the kind cartographers use to denote a man-made structure. Below it, in even tinier script, was the word cabin. I frowned. Hey Mark, what's this? I pointed to the symbol. A cabin. I don't remember seeing that before. Mark leaned closer, his brow furrowing. You're right. That's weird. We've gone over this map a dozen times. He pulled out his magnifying glass, a habit from his days as an amateur cartographer. After a moment, he straightened up. Well, it's definitely on here, but it's not on the newer digital maps or the Park Service records I checked. Probably just an old trapper's shack or a forgotten forestry outpost. Most of those are just ruins now, falling apart. We stared at the map, then at each other. Curiosity, that sneaky little devil, was already planting its seeds. Should we check it out? I asked, already knowing what his answer would be. Adventure, even a small, unplanned detour, was hard for us to resist. It wasn't a mistake, not yet, but it was a deviation from the plan, a moment where we chose the unknown over the predictable. And in retrospect, that was our first real step into something we couldn't explain. We talked it over. It was only an hour's detour, according to the map, and we had plenty of daylight. It wouldn't put us behind schedule significantly. Plus, if it was an old cabin, it might be interesting to see, maybe even have some historical significance. We decided to go for it. We packed up camp, shouldered our packs, and began the trek, veering off the faint path we'd been following. The forest grew denser as we moved towards the coordinates of the cabin. The trees were thicker here, their branches interwoven so tightly that only dappled sunlight managed to break through. The ground was softer, covered in a thick carpet of moss and fallen leaves, muffling our footsteps. The air grew noticeably cooler, and that strange, profound silence intensified. It wasn't just the absence of human noise. It felt like the very absence of asterisk sound asterisk, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. A shiver, not from the cold, traced its way up my spine. It was the first true flicker of dread, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that whispered asterisk something is off. Generating part 2 of 8. We pushed deeper into the woods, the silence growing so absolute it felt like a physical pressure against our eardrums. Every snap of a twig beneath our boots, every rustle of our jackets, sounded unnaturally loud, alien in the otherwise soundless environment. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for us, observing our intrusion. The air, already cool, seemed to drop a few more degrees, carrying a faint, earthy scent that was subtly different from the usual damp forest smell, something deeper, older, and vaguely metallic. Mark, usually the chattier of the two, was quiet, his gaze habitually scanning the canopy for birds or the ground for animal tracks, now seemed fixed straight ahead, his jaw tight. I knew he felt it too, that creeping unease that had settled over us like a shroud. We walked for what felt like an eternity, though the map promised only an hour. The trees here were behemoths, ancient firs and cedars that dwarfed anything we'd seen on the main trail, their trunks cloaked in thick, velvety moss, their branches interwoven into a dense green ceiling. The sunlight struggled to penetrate, leaving us in a perpetual twilight, even though it was still early afternoon. "You still sure about this?" I finally whispered, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the quiet. Mark didn't look at me. Too late to turn back now, isn't it? We're closer to it than to the path. His tone was clipped, betraying his own discomfort. He was trying to sound pragmatic, but I could hear the tremor beneath the surface. He pulled out the map again, his fingers tracing the dotted line. Should be right about here. Just as he spoke, the trees ahead of us thinned slightly, opening into a small, irregular clearing. And there it was. The cabin. It wasn't what I'd expected. Not a crumbling ruin, not a quaint trapper-esque shack. This was different. It sat low to the ground, constructed from rough-hewn dark logs that seemed to absorb the scant light, making it appear almost like a shadow against the muted greens and grays of the forest. The wood was old, weathered, but not rotten. It had a strange, almost unnatural resilience to it. There were no windows, at least not that we could see from our vantage point, only a single, heavy-looking door made of thick planks. The roof was steep, covered in moss and what looked like patches of dark, stiff tar paper, blending it further into the oppressive canopy. No chimney, no discernible path leading to it, no signs of recent habitation or even ancient habitation like a collapsed outhouse or a woodpile. It just was asterisk, sitting there, solitary and silent, like a forgotten monolith. A wave of cold washed over me, stronger than any autumn breeze. This wasn't just an old cabin. This felt wrong, deeply, profoundly wrong. "Well," Mark said, his voice barely a murmur, "there it is." We stood at the edge of the clearing, hidden mostly by the undergrowth, just staring. The silence of the forest here was even more profound, if that was possible. It pressed down on us, heavy and suffocating. There was no birdsong, no rustle of unseen animals, not even the faint whisper of wind through the leaves. It was utterly, unnervingly still. "It's creepy," I finally managed to say, stating the obvious. Mark nodded slowly. "Yeah, it is." He adjusted his pack, a nervous habit. "Looks older than anything I've ever seen, and not on any records, not even the old timber survey maps I looked at." He paused. "No windows, that's odd, and no chimney. How would anyone live here?" We slowly, cautiously stepped out into the clearing. The ground was soft, covered in decades of fallen leaves and pine needles, eerily undisturbed. There were no footprints, no cleared area around the cabin, no sign that any human or animal had approached it in a very long time. It was as if the cabin had materialized there, perfectly preserved, untouched by the passage of time or the forces of nature. As we got closer, I noticed something else. The logs themselves seemed too uniform, too perfectly fitted. There were no chinks, no gaps, and the wood, though dark and aged, had an unnatural smoothness to it, almost like polished stone rather than rough timber. And the door was the most unsettling part. It was thicker than I'd initially thought, made of dark, heavy planks fastened with crude iron bands. There was no handle, no latch, no hinge visible. Just a single, circular opening in the center, about waist height, perhaps a foot in diameter, covered by a heavy, rusted iron plate. "What the hell is that?" I breathed, pointing at the iron plate. Mark approached, his hand slowly reaching out, then hesitating. "Looks like some kind of access port, or a peephole." He shrugged, clearly as baffled as I was. "But why wouldn't there be a regular door latch?" He tried to push on the door itself, but it was solid, unyielding. It didn't even creak. It felt like pushing against a solid wall of rock. Then he tried the iron plate. It was rusted tight, fused into place. He gave a few experimental shoves, then tried to pry at the edges with his multi-tool, but it wouldn't budge. "Sealed up tight," he muttered, frustration mixing with the prevailing unease, "like it's not meant to be opened." I walked around the cabin's perimeter, feeling a growing sense of dread with every step. The back was the same as the front, windowless, seamless logs, the same dark, unsettling material. The corners were perfectly square, the construction strangely precise for something so remote and seemingly ancient. There was no sign of weathering, no rot, no animal damage. It was in pristine, albeit unnerving, condition. As I rounded the far side, I saw it. Engraved into one of the logs, just above the foundation line, was a symbol. It wasn't carving, not exactly. It looked like it had been branded, or perhaps burned into the wood with immense heat, leaving a deep, dark scar. It was a complex symbol, not like anything I'd ever seen. It looked like a stylized eye, but with angular, almost jagged lines radiating from it, and what appeared to be three small, inverted triangles beneath it, forming a sort of base. It was crude yet precise, and it gave off an immediate, visceral feeling of malevolence. "Mark," I called out, my voice tight, "come look at this." He came around, his boots scuffing softly on the silent ground. He saw the symbol and stopped dead. His face, already pale, seemed to drain of all color. What is that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, staring at the symbol, feeling a chill seep into my bones. Some kind of ancient marking, a ward, a warning. The word warning resonated deeply, a cold dread twisting in my gut. This wasn't some historical curiosity. This felt like a boundary. Mark pulled out his phone, even though we both knew there wouldn't be service out here. He tried the camera, snapping a photo of the symbol, his hands trembling slightly. "Maybe we can look it up later," he mumbled, more to himself than to me. We circled the cabin again, our curiosity now battling with a powerful urge to just turn and run. The longer we stayed, the stronger the feeling of being watched grew. It wasn't just the silence, it was the asterisk absence of everything natural. There were no bugs buzzing, no spiders spinning webs, no moss on the logs themselves, only the roof. The ground around the cabin was bare of any vegetation that wasn't ancient forest floor debris. No weeds, no small saplings. It was as if the very life force of the forest had receded from this spot, leaving a void. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from inside the cabin. Mark and I froze, our heads snapping towards the door. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. A solid, heavy thud. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Mark nodded, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. "Yeah, what was that?" We waited, holding our breath, listening intently. The silence returned, thick and absolute, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. Another sound, this time a soft scraping, like something being dragged across a rough floor. It lasted only a second, then stopped. "There's something in there," Mark breathed, his voice barely a whisper. My mind raced, an animal, a large one, but how would it get in? And why the thud, the dragging? It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It sounded deliberate. "Hello," Mark called out, his voice cracking slightly. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It felt like the cabin was listening, absorbing our question, processing it. "Maybe we should just go," I urged, an overwhelming instinct for self-preservation kicking in. This was beyond odd. This was actively threatening. Mark hesitated, his eyes fixed on the impenetrable door. The adventure seeker in him was clearly at war with the rational, survival-minded side. "But what if someone's in trouble?" he argued, though his voice lacked conviction. "What if they're trapped?" "Trapped how?" I countered, gesturing around. No windows, no clear entry, and no sign of anyone else around for miles. Plus that symbol, it doesn't exactly scream welcome. Before he could respond, another noise came from inside. This time it was distinct, a low, guttural growl. It was deep, resonant, and unmistakably predatory. It sent a bolt of pure, unadulterated terror through me. "Okay, that's it," I hissed, grabbing Mark's arm. "We're leaving now." Mark didn't argue. The growl had done its job. His eyes were wide with fear, and he turned to follow me without a second thought. We started backing away slowly, our eyes glued to the dark, silent cabin. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but some primal instinct held me to a slow, deliberate retreat, not wanting to make any sudden movements that might trigger whatever was inside. As we reached the edge of the clearing, just as we were about to slip back into the thick, concealing woods, a new sound cut through the silence. It wasn't from inside the cabin. It was from asterisk behind asterisk us. A rustle, not the normal rustle of wind or small animals. This was heavier, more deliberate, like something large moving through the undergrowth just out of sight. We both froze, turning slowly, cautiously. The dense trees around the clearing were now completely silent. No rustling, nothing, but the feeling of being watched had intensified tenfold. It was no longer just a vague prickle. It was an undeniable presence, heavy and chilling. "Did you hear that?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling. Yes, I breathed, my hand instinctively going to the small fixed-blade knife I always carried on my belt, though I knew it would be utterly useless against whatever this was. We stood there, backs to the cabin, facing the impenetrable wall of trees, our hearts pounding. The silence was deafening, the tension unbearable. We were trapped between an ominous cabin and an unseen presence in the woods. Slowly, carefully, we started to move, trying to retrace our steps, but not daring to take our eyes off the forest around us. Every shadow seemed to stretch and shift. Every twisted branch seemed to take on a menacing form. We were no longer curious hikers. We were prey. Then, from the trees directly ahead of us, emerged a figure. It wasn't an animal, it was a man's. He was tall, gaunt, dressed in what looked like faded, patched-up canvas clothes that were almost the same color as the bark of the trees around him. His face was obscured by a wide-brimmed, tattered hat that cast his features into deep shadow. He carried no pack, no weapon that we could see, but his posture was unnervingly still, almost unnatural. He simply stood there, perhaps 20 feet from us, utterly motionless, watching. His presence was terrifying, not because he looked overtly menacing, but because of the sheer impossibility of him being there. No one came this deep into the forest, and he had made no sound approaching us. He had simply appeared. "Hello," Mark said, his voice surprisingly steady, though I could hear the effort it took. The figure didn't respond, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken threat. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. Still no response, just the unwavering, shadowed gaze from beneath the brim of his hat. It felt like he was studying us, assessing us, but not with human curiosity. It was something colder, more detached. We're just hikers," Mark offered, trying to sound friendly, conciliatory. "We got a little lost, saw the cabin on an old map, didn't mean any harm." The figure remained silent, motionless. He was so still that he seemed to blend into the very fabric of the ancient forest. He was a part of its silence, a manifestation of the unease that had been building since we left the main trail. Are you staying in the cabin?" I ventured, immediately regretting the question. It felt foolish, given the lack of windows or a normal door. For the first time, the figure moved. Slowly, deliberately, he raised a hand. His skin was leathery, deeply wrinkled, and strangely pale, almost luminous in the dim light. His fingers were long, skeletal. He pointed, not at us, but at the cabin behind us. Then a voice. It was a dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across barren ground. It was ancient and hoarse, full of gravel and dust. "It is not for you." The words seemed to hang in the air, heavy with meaning, with a warning that transcended simple language. His voice sent another shiver down my spine. It was a sound that didn't belong to a living man. We understand," Mark stammered, already taking another step back. "We'll go, we'll leave." The figure lowered his hand, his gaze still fixed on us, unblinking, unnerving. Then slowly he began to step back into the trees, dissolving into the shadows as silently as he had appeared. One moment he was there, a dark sentinel blocking our path. The next he was gone, swallowed by the dense undergrowth, leaving no trace. What the hell was that?" I choked out, my voice trembling uncontrollably. Mark was already turning, pulling me with him. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out. We need to get out of here. Now." We didn't need any more convincing. The silent man, the ancient cabin, the growls from within, it was all too much. We broke into a run, crashing through the undergrowth. no longer caring about stealth or a quiet retreat. We just wanted to put as much distance as possible between us and that place. The oppressive silence of the clearing slowly gave way to the sounds of our own frantic breathing, the pounding of our boots, the rustle of leaves, but even these familiar noises couldn't drown out the fear. We ran blindly, Mark occasionally glancing at his GPS, trying to orient us back towards our original, safer route. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, the trees pressing in, their shadows long and dark. Every creak of a branch, every snap of a twig made us jump, convinced the gaunt man was silently following, or that something else was lurking just out of sight. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs ached and screamed for rest. Finally, Mark stumbled, gasping for air, and I pulled him to a stop against a massive old-growth fir. We leaned against it, panting, trying to regain our breath, our hearts still hammering. He just appeared, Mark gasped, clutching his side. No sound, like a ghost. And that voice, I added, shuddering. It sounded wrong, like something that shouldn't be. The terror was still fresh, but the immediate threat seemed to have receded. The forest around us, while still deeply quiet, felt less overtly hostile than the area around the cabin. We were still off-trail, still deep in unfamiliar territory, but at least we weren't actively being watched by an impossible stranger or threatened by an unseen entity. "We need to get back to the main trail," Mark said, pulling out his GPS, his fingers fumbling slightly. "Forget the lake, forget everything. Just get back to civilization." I wholeheartedly agreed. The dream of untouched fishing and off-grid adventure had curdled into a nightmare. But as Mark tried to get a lock on our position, his face twisted into a frown. He tapped the screen, zoomed in, zoomed out, muttering under his breath. "What is it?" I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. He held out the GPS. The screen displayed our current location, a small blinking dot, but the map itself was different. The familiar topographical lines, the dotted paths, the markers, they were gone. The entire map was just a blank green expanse with our dot floating in the middle. The only thing visible was the little black square of the cabin, still marked, though it was now much further away than it should have been given how long we'd been running. "No signal," I ventured, though I knew GPS didn't require cellular signal for navigation. "No, not no signal," Mark said, his voice laced with pure disbelief and growing panic. "The map, it's gone. It's like it's been erased, all of it, except for that." He pointed a trembling finger at the cabin's marker. "And our planned route, the lake, everything else is just blank." My stomach dropped. This was impossible. GPS devices didn't just delete their internal maps. And even if it had, his paper map was still in his pack. "The paper map," I urged, my voice tight. "Check the paper map." He fumbled with his pack, pulling out the folded, laminated map. He spread it on the forest floor, and we both leaned over it, desperate for the familiar lines that would guide us. But the paper map was blank too, not entirely. The edges where the map ended still showed the border lines, the title, the key, but the entire interior, where the topographical lines, trails, rivers, and peaks should have been, was a smooth, unnerving expanse of white. The only exception was the small black square, still marked with cabin and our general vicinity. It was as if an eraser had been taken to the map, systematically removing every detail, every landmark, every hint of direction, leaving only a ghost of where we were and the ominous cabin we had just fled. This isn't happening," Mark breathed, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "This can't be happening." He frantically flipped it over, checking the other side, but that too was a blank expanse. We stared at the blank maps, our minds struggling to comprehend the impossible. The cabin, the silent man, the erased maps, it was all too much to process. We were lost, truly, completely lost, with no way to navigate, no familiar landmarks, and a growing sense that the forest itself was actively working against us. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by an ancient, watchful silence, and our only tools for navigation had been inexplicably rendered useless. The subtle prickle of unease had blossomed into full-blown dread. We weren't just lost. We were stranded in a place that now felt deeply, intrinsically wrong. The sun, what little of it penetrated the dense canopy, was beginning to dip, casting longer, more menacing shadows. Evening was approaching, and with it, the cold, unforgiving darkness of the deep woods, and we had no idea which way to go, no idea how to find our way back. "We need to set up camp," I said, trying to force some semblance of rationality into the situation. My voice was shaky, but I knew we couldn't keep running aimlessly in the dark. We need to gather ourselves, think. Mark nodded, still staring at the blank map, his face a mask of disbelief. "Yeah, camp, fire, we need a fire." The thought of light, of warmth, of anything that could push back the encroaching darkness and the chilling unknown was suddenly paramount. We found a relatively flat spot under a thick cluster of firs, shielded from any potential wind. Our hands moved mechanically, driven by instinct and years of practice, setting up the tent, laying out our sleeping bags, trying to create a small island of normalcy in the swirling chaos of fear. Every rustle in the leaves, every distant hoot of an owl, now sounded ominous, filled with unseen threats. Building a fire was harder than usual. The wood was damp, the air thick with moisture. Mark struggled with the kindling, his hands still trembling slightly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a small flame sputtered to life, licking at the dry twigs, growing stronger. The crackle of the fire was a welcome sound, pushing back against the oppressive silence, casting flickering shadows that danced reassuringly against the dark tree trunks. We huddled close to it, staring into the mesmerizing flames, trying to find some comfort, some answer in its warmth. We ate our dehydrated meals mostly in silence, the food tasting bland, our appetites dulled by the gnawing anxiety. The reality of our situation was slowly sinking in. We were isolated, disoriented, and hunted by what we didn't know. "It has to be a trick," Mark finally said, breaking the long silence, his voice low and hoarse. "Some kind of electromagnetic pulse, or maybe that man did something to the maps. It's not logical." "I don't know what's logical anymore," I confessed, wrapping my arms around my knees. "Nothing about this has been logical since we saw that cabin." We talked, trying to piece together explanations, theories, anything to make sense of the impossible. Was it a hallucination, a prank, some advanced technology used by a reclusive cult? Nothing fit. The blank maps were real. The cabin was real. The silent man was real. The growl was real. As the night deepened, the forest grew even colder. The wind, which had been absent all day, began to pick up, a low moan passing through the canopy. The shadows around our campfire stretched and writhed, seemingly alive. Every sound was magnified, every whisper of the wind sounding like a voice, every creak of a tree like a distant footstep. We took turns keeping watch, though what we were watching for, we weren't entirely sure. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, replaying the day's events, searching for a clue, an explanation, a way out. Around midnight, a new sound cut through the desolate night. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct. A low, rhythmic thumping, coming from somewhere deep in the forest, perhaps half a mile away. Thumpo thumpo thump asterisk. It was slow, deliberate, and impossibly heavy. It sounded like something immense was moving through the woods, pounding the ground with each step. We both sat upright, our eyes wide, staring into the impenetrable darkness beyond the firelight. The rhythmic thumping continued, getting subtly closer. "What is that?" Mark whispered, his voice laced with pure terror. I shook my head, my throat dry. It didn't sound like an animal. It wasn't the lumbering gait of a bear, nor the rhythmic trot of an elk. This was heavier, more resonant, and deeply, unnervingly unnatural. It felt like the forest itself was groaning under the weight of something ancient and immense. The thumping continued, closer now, each beat resonating through the very ground beneath us. It felt like it was circling us, slowly, deliberately. The air grew colder, and the faint, metallic scent I'd noticed earlier became stronger, mixed with something else, something acrid and earthy. We extinguished the fire, plunging ourselves into near-total darkness, hoping that the lack of light would make us less visible, less of a target. We huddled together in the tent, our breaths shallow, our bodies trembling, listening to the relentless, terrifying asterisk thump and thump and thump asterisk that echoed through the dark, silent forest. It felt like whatever we had stumbled upon at the cabin had now found us. It wasn't just observing anymore, it was closing in. And we were completely, utterly helpless. We lay there, paralyzed by fear, as the rhythmic thumping grew louder, closer, until it seemed to surround our tiny tent, pressing in from all sides, vibrating through the very earth. Generating part 3 of 8. The rhythmic asterisk thump 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 became the only sound in the world. It wasn't just audible, it was a physical vibration, a low guttural pulse that resonated through the damp earth, through the thin fabric of our tent and deep into our very bones. It felt like a heartbeat, but one impossibly slow, impossibly powerful, belonging to something primordial and vast. Mark and I lay pressed together, trying to shrink into the meager space, eyes wide open in the absolute darkness, each beat of the unseen thing outside mirroring the frantic drumming of our own hearts. The metallic, acrid scent intensified, thick and cloying, making it hard to breathe without feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air. It was a smell of decay, yes, but not the clean, natural decay of the forest floor. This was different, sharper, almost industrial in its harshness, yet deeply organic. It felt ancient and alien all at once. The thumping continued its slow, deliberate circuit around our tent. It was excruciatingly close now, each impact feeling like it landed just feet away. I could almost visualize the massive, unseen thing, its colossal weight pressing into the ground, its steps shaking the very roots beneath us. My imagination, fueled by terror, conjured images of something monstrous, something with the raw power to flatten our fragile shelter with a single, careless movement. Then, just as the tension reached an unbearable peak, the thumping stopped. Abruptly, completely. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. It wasn't the forest's usual oppressive quiet. This was a loaded silence, pregnant with anticipation, filled with the undeniable presence of something enormous and malevolent just beyond our tent wall. We couldn't see it, but we could feel it. Feel its immense shadow, its cold breath, its patient, predatory gaze. Seconds stretched into minutes, each one an eternity. My breath hitched in my throat, afraid to even make the slightest sound. Mark's breathing next to me was equally shallow, ragged. We listened, straining our ears for any hint, any rustle, any whisper of movement. Nothing, only the deafening roar of blood in our ears. The air inside the tent grew even colder. a deep, pervasive chill that seemed to emanate from outside, seeping through the fabric. I could feel the hairs on my arms prickle, my skin crawl. It felt like something was hovering just above us, a silent, watchful judgment. Then a new sound, impossibly close. A deep, rasping inhalation, followed by an even deeper, more guttural exhalation. It was enormous, like the sound of a cavern breathing, a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but through the ground beneath us. It was so close I could almost feel the displaced air, the hot, stale breath of whatever was outside. It was not human. It was not animal. It was something else entirely. My mind screamed at me to move, to run, to scream, but my body was locked in a vice of pure, unadulterated terror. Mark squeezed my arm, a silent plea, a shared agony. We just lay there, unmoving, praying that whatever it was would simply move on, pass us by, leave us to the cold mercy of the forest. The breathing continued for what felt like an hour, slow and rhythmic, right outside our tent. It was a sound of immense power, ancient and indifferent. It felt like it was studying us, listening to our terrified heartbeats, savoring our fear. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, the breathing began to recede, moving away from the tent, just as slowly and deliberately as the thumping had arrived. We heard a faint, distant rustle of immense branches, a soft crackle of undergrowth that sounded like massive trunks being snapped, not twigs. Then the rhythmic asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk returned, fainter this time, moving steadily away, deeper into the forest, until eventually it faded into the absolute silence of the night. We didn't move, not for a long time. We lay there, our bodies rigid, our minds reeling, listening to the oppressive quiet, trying to convince ourselves that it was truly gone. The metallic, acrid smell lingered, a tangible reminder of the monstrous presence that had encircled us. Finally, a faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the sky began to show through the tent fabric. Dawn, the first sliver of hope in a night of endless terror. "It's gone," Mark whispered, his voice hoarse and barely audible, a profound relief washing over his words. I couldn't respond. My throat was too tight, my entire being still vibrating with fear. I just nodded, a slight tremor running through me. We waited until the light was strong enough to penetrate the tent, painting the interior in weak, watery shades of gray. Then, cautiously, Mark unzipped the tent flap. The forest outside looked the same, and yet entirely different. The trees still stood, ancient and imposing, but they now seemed to hold a darker secret, a malevolent knowledge. The ground was covered in the usual carpet of leaves and needles, untouched. There were no massive footprints, no broken branches, no signs of the colossal entity that had surrounded our tent. Nothing. Except for the smell. It still lingered faintly in the air, a ghost of the night's terror, and a pervasive, unsettling cold that hadn't entirely dissipated with the dawn. We emerged slowly, stiff and sore, our faces pale, eyes wide and bloodshot from lack of sleep. The air was frigid, biting, and the pervasive silence had returned, but now it felt even more menacing, as if the forest was merely holding its breath, waiting for the next act. "There's nothing," Mark murmured, scanning the ground around our campsite. He walked a small circle, looking for any disturbance. No tracks, no broken branches. It's like it was never here. But it was here, I insisted, rubbing my arms, trying to ward off the lingering chill. We both heard it. We both felt it. Mark nodded, his eyes fixed on the dense undergrowth. "I know, and that voice, that breathing," he shuddered. "It wasn't an animal, was it?" The question hung in the cold morning air, unanswered and terrifying. No, it wasn't an animal. It was something far beyond our comprehension, something that defied the natural world we knew. "We need to go," I said, the words feeling heavy and urgent. "We can't stay here." Packing up camp was a slow, mechanical process, our movements stiff and uncoordinated. Every rustle of a leaf, every creak of a branch made us jump. Our eyes constantly darted into the shadows, searching for a hint of movement, a sign of what had been lurking just beyond our sight. The fear was a cold, hard knot in our stomachs, a constant companion that had replaced the previous day's dread. As we prepared to leave, Mark pulled out his GPS again, hoping against hope that it might have reset, that the maps would have reappeared. But the screen remained blank, save for our current position and the distant, unchanging marker of the cabin. He then pulled out the paper map, but it too was still a featureless white expanse. "This is insane," he muttered, frustration and despair finally breaking through his stoic demeanor. He crumpled the paper map in his hand, then smoothed it out again, as if the act of touching it might restore its lost details. "How are we supposed to get out of here?" "We have the compass," I reminded him, trying to inject some optimism into my voice, though it felt hollow. "We know west is generally towards the ocean, towards civilization. We just need to pick a direction and stick to it." It was a desperate plan, a shot in the dark, but it was all we had. Without topographical lines, without marked trails, without any point of reference beyond the sun and the general direction of west, we were truly blind. The forest around us was a vast, undifferentiated sea of green and brown, an endless labyrinth. "West it is, then," Mark said, re-shouldering his pack, his voice devoid of its usual cheer. "Just try to keep a straight line." We started walking, heading what we hoped was west, using the sun as a general guide and Mark's small analog compass for finer adjustments. The compass, at least, still worked, its needle swinging reliably to magnetic north, but even that offered little comfort. Without a map, knowing north was like knowing a single letter of a vast, incomprehensible book. The silence of the forest was broken only by our own footsteps and the pounding of our hearts. The air was still, heavy, and the trees seemed to loom over us, their ancient branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out much of the sky. We were in a perpetual twilight, the dim light further disorienting us. Hours passed. We walked, our muscles aching, our minds growing increasingly numb with fatigue and fear. The terrain was challenging, steep inclines followed by sudden drops, dense thickets of rhododendron that clawed at our clothes, and slick moss-covered rocks that threatened to send us tumbling. Without a clear path, our progress was slow and arduous. And then the forest began to play tricks on us. First, it was subtle, a tree that looked familiar, a distinctive rock formation. We'd pass it, walk for a while, and then round a bend only to see it again, seemingly from a different angle, but unmistakably the same. "Did we just circle back?" I asked, pausing beside a gnarled cedar with a distinctive broken top. I was sure we'd passed this particular tree at least an hour ago. Mark consulted his compass, his brow furrowed. "No, I've been holding true west, or as true as possible in this terrain." He looked around, his eyes scanning the endless, indistinguishable trees. "It just looks similar, I guess." But it wasn't just similar, it was identical. The way the moss grew, the specific pattern of bark, the shape of the broken top. We continued, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. But it kept happening. We'd walk for what felt like miles, then come across the same cluster of 3 firs, or the same small, stagnant pool of water, or the same fallen log, covered in a particular type of fungus. It wasn't just a sense of déjà vu, it was a chilling repetition, as if the forest was bending space around us, trapping us in a loop. This isn't right, Mark finally said, his voice tight with growing panic. He stopped, spinning slowly, his gaze wild. We're not making any progress. It feels like the forest is putting us back. The unsettling silence intensified, pressing in on us. The faint, earthy metallic smell seemed to return, almost imperceptibly, carried on a breeze that wasn't there. Maybe we need to try a different direction, I suggested, desperate. Maybe north or south, just to break the loop. We changed direction, aiming south this time. We pushed through thick undergrowth, scrambling up a steep bank and descended into a small, winding ravine. The ravine was dark, choked with ancient ferns and fallen debris, and the air here was even colder, heavy with moisture. As we navigated its twisting path, the sense of unreality grew. The rock faces seemed to shimmer in our peripheral vision, the shadows elongated and danced, and the silence here was even more profound, almost painful. Then at the end of the ravine, partially hidden by a curtain of dripping moss, we saw it. A small stream, barely a trickle, but it was flowing, shimmering darkly in the dim light, and beside it, partially submerged in the muddy bank, was a rusted tin cup. My blood ran cold. I knew that cup. We discarded it days ago, near our second campsite, when we accidentally dented it beyond use. It had a distinct, jagged tear on its rim, where I'd tried to pry it open with a knife. "Mark," I whispered, pointing with a trembling finger. He saw it, and his face, already pale, turned an ashen gray. He slowly walked over, knelt down, and picked up the cup. The jagged tear was exactly as I remembered. "This is ours," he breathed, his voice barely audible. "This is impossible. We're miles from where we left this. We've been walking all day." The realization hit us like a physical blow. We weren't just lost. We weren't just repeating terrain. The forest was actively, maliciously pulling us back, manipulating our path, refusing to let us leave. We had walked for hours, exerting ourselves to the point of exhaustion, only to be led back to a discarded piece of our own gear, a tangible sign that we were going nowhere. Despair, cold and absolute, began to settle in. It wasn't just physical exhaustion anymore. It was a spiritual weariness, a profound sense of helplessness against an unseen, incomprehensible force. The forest was not just a place of danger. It was a living, sentient labyrinth, and we were its unwitting prisoners. We spent the remainder of the afternoon trying other directions, pushing through the relentless undergrowth, but the results were always the same. We would encounter another familiar landmark, a specific triple-trunked tree, a unique rock outcropping, a patch of peculiar, glowing fungi, each one a mocking reminder that our efforts were futile. The forest seemed to stretch and warp around us, an endless, repeating tapestry of greens and browns, always bringing us back to some point we had already passed, subtly shifting the landscape just enough to maintain the illusion of progress before revealing its cruel trick. The light began to fade again, the perpetual twilight deepening into an early dusk. The air grew colder, more biting. Our minds, already frayed, began to fray further. The strain of the past 24 hours, the terror of the cabin, the monstrous thumping, the erased maps, and now this cruel, impossible looping had taken its toll. "We can't keep going," I finally gasped, leaning against a tree, my legs trembling, my throat raw. "We'll just go in circles until we collapse." Mark slumped against another tree, nodded grimly. His eyes were haunted, his face streaked with dirt and exhaustion. "We're trapped," he whispered, the words heavy with defeat. "We're utterly trapped." The thought of another night in the tent, listening to the unseen horrors of the forest, filled me with dread, but there was no other choice. We couldn't stumble around in the dark. We found another sheltered spot, but this time the process of setting up camp felt less like survival and more like resignation. We moved like automatons, each action a silent testament to our dwindling hope. Building a fire felt like a futile gesture, but the primal need for light and warmth, however transient, was overwhelming. The small flames flickered, casting a fragile circle of light against the encroaching darkness. We huddled close, not speaking, the weight of our situation pressing down on us. Our dehydrated meals lay untouched in our packs. Neither of us had any appetite. All we could do was stare into the dancing flames, trying to find some answer in their warmth, some logic in the illogical. As the night deepened, the silence around us grew, more pervasive and heavy than before. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was an active quiet, a watchful, expectant stillness that seemed to breathe with the forest itself. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig was magnified, our nerves stretched to breaking point. "Do you think he's still out there?" Mark asked, his voice barely a whisper, breaking the long silence. He didn't need to clarify who he was. The gaunt, silent man, the sentinel of the cabin, was burned into our minds. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice equally soft, "but I don't think we're alone." The feeling of being watched was constant, a chilling sensation that prickled the back of my neck even as the fire crackled before us. We tried to talk, to rationalize, to find some shred of hope. Maybe the loop was temporary. Maybe if we conserved our energy, we could find a way out in the morning. But the words felt hollow, echoing in the vast, indifferent silence of the forest. The truth was stark. We were entirely at the mercy of something we couldn't see, couldn't understand, and couldn't fight. Around midnight, it started again. Not the thumping this time. This was different. A sound, low and mournful, like a deep, drawn-out sigh, carried on the phantom breeze. It seemed to come from all directions at once, an undulating, humming sound that resonated through the tree trunks, through the very air. It was a sound of immense sorrow, ancient and profound, like the lament of the earth itself. It was haunting, chilling, and utterly, soul-crushingly beautiful in its despair. It tugged at something deep within us, a primal chord of grief and longing. What is that?" Mark choked out, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear, one tinged with a strange, unsettling melancholy. The hum grew louder, more resonant, vibrating through our chests. It was a chorus of unseen voices, a symphony of suffering, emanating from the very fabric of the forest. It was deeply unsettling, but unlike the growl or the thumping, it didn't feel overtly hostile. It felt sorrowful. Like a profound, ancient sadness was washing over us, seeping into our minds. As the humming intensified, a subtle change began to occur in the forest around us. The shadows cast by the fire began to twist and writhe, not just with the movement of the flames, but with an unnatural, independent life. The trees themselves seemed to shift, their forms blurring at the edges, their branches reaching, grasping. Then faint, shimmering lights began to appear among the trees. Tiny, ethereal glows like fireflies, but larger and colder, moving slowly, deliberately through the darkness. They were not bright, but rather a soft, internal luminescence, casting no shadows of their own. They hovered, pulsed, and drifted between the ancient trunks, an eerie, silent dance. "Are those spirits?" I whispered, my voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The humming, the shifting shadows, the ghostly lights, it was all too much. It was breaking through the last vestiges of our rational minds. The lights drew closer, hundreds of them, filling the spaces between the trees, illuminating the dark forest with a soft, otherworldly glow. And as they did, we began to see shapes within them. not distinct forms, but vague, humanoid outlines, spectral figures, moving with a graceful, mournful slowness. They seemed to be reaching, beckoning, their movements imbued with that same profound sadness as the humming that filled the air. The metallic, acrid scent from the previous night was now undeniably strong, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of the forest, and something else, something sweet and sickly, like old, withered flowers. One of the spectral figures, larger than the others, began to drift closer to our campfire. It was translucent, a mere suggestion of a form, but undeniably human-like. Its head was slightly bowed, its arms held out, as if in supplication or profound grief. As it came within 20 feet of us, the humming intensified, and a single, clear sound emerged from the chorus, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper that seemed to speak directly into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. Lost forever, trapped. The words were not accusatory, but simply stated, a mournful declaration. It felt like a shared fate, a lamentation for its own predicament, and now for ours. Mark had fallen silent, his face a mask of utter horror, his eyes fixed on the approaching entity. He reached out, grabbing my arm with a desperate grip, his fingers digging into my flesh. His chest was heaving, his breath coming in shallow gasps. They're everywhere, he rasped, his gaze sweeping across the forest, where countless other shimmering figures now drifted, their forms vague and indistinct, yet undeniably present. The humming was a tide, washing over us, threatening to drown us in its ancient sorrow. The larger entity paused at the edge of the firelight, its spectral form wavering, almost like smoke. Its head slowly lifted, and though it had no discernible features, no eyes, I felt an intense, crushing sadness emanating from it, a silent communication of an eternal plight. Another whisper, this one clearer, colder, piercing directly into my thoughts. Join us. It was a gentle invitation, not a threat, but it was horrifying in its implication. To join them meant to become one of these spectral, sorrowful figures, to drift through the endless, repeating labyrinth of this accursed forest, lost forever. No, I choked out, a defiant whisper, my voice shaking. No, we won't. The figure seemed to pause, its form pulsing slightly. The humming around us wavered, then intensified, a wave of profound melancholy washing over me. I felt a desperate urge to weep, to surrender to the overwhelming sadness, to let go of the struggle. Mark, however, seemed to find a spark of fight in his terror. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing a burning log from the fire, not as a weapon, but as a shield against the encroaching despair. He held it up, the small flame flickering defiantly against the myriad spectral lights. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice cracking but full of a desperate human defiance. "Get away from us." The spectral figure recoiled slightly, its form shimmering. The humming faltered, then slowly, reluctantly, the ghostly lights began to recede, moving back into the deeper shadows of the forest. The larger figure lingered for a moment, its presence still radiating that profound sadness, then turned and drifted away, dissolving back into the darkness. As the last of the lights vanished and the mournful humming faded into the background, the cold, heavy silence returned, though it was now tainted with the memory of what we had just witnessed. The air felt charged, oppressive. We stood there trembling, Mark still holding the smoldering log, our eyes fixed on the empty darkness where the spirits had been. The terror was still there, but now it was mixed with a chilling understanding. This forest was more than just lost. It was haunted, and it wanted us to stay. They're the ones who are trapped," Mark whispered, dropping the log, his voice heavy with a new, horrifying realization. And they want us to join them. This isn't just a forest, I said, looking around at the ancient, silent trees. It's a prison, and we're inside it. Sleep was once again impossible. We spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, feeding it logs, listening to the silence, waiting for the sun to rise and dreading what the new day would bring. The mournful humming was gone, but the memory of it and the spectral figures had etched themselves into our minds, a terrifying testament to the true nature of this place. The first rays of dawn brought little comfort. The forest still felt menacing. The air still carried a faint trace of that acrid metallic smell. The spectral encounter had left us deeply shaken, but also with a grim clarity. Our enemy wasn't just the wilderness. It was something supernatural, something that actively sought to keep us within its boundaries. We can't just keep walking in circles, Mark said, as we packed up our meager camp. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. It's pointless. The forest won't let us leave that way. So what do we do? I asked, my own voice edged with desperation. Just sit here and wait to starve. He shook his head, looking around with a defeated gaze. No, I've been thinking about it. The cabin. It's the only fixed point on our blank maps. The only thing that hasn't moved, hasn't disappeared, hasn't been erased. My stomach churned. You want to go back to the cabin, after everything, after that growl and that man and everything. The thought filled me with an instant, visceral dread. The cabin was where this nightmare began, the epicenter of the unnatural. It's our only landmark, Mark argued, his voice low but firm. The only thing this asterisk place hasn't swallowed. Maybe there's something there, a way out, or at least a way to understand what's happening. It was a terrifying idea, but in our current state of complete disorientation and hopelessness, it held a perverse logic. The forest was actively pushing us away from any escape, twisting our paths. Perhaps the only way to break the pattern was to return to the origin of the anomaly. And what if that thing is still in there? I asked, remembering the growl, the scraping, or that man. Then we deal with it, Mark said, a grim determination setting in his eyes. We can't keep wandering aimlessly. We're going to die out here if we do. At least this gives us a direction, a purpose. He pulled out the GPS. The screen still showed the blank map, our current dot, and the distant black square of the cabin. It was an almost irresistible pull, the only beacon in a sea of nothingness. Okay, I agreed, against every instinct of self-preservation. But we approach with extreme caution, and if anything feels wrong, anything at all, we turn and run, no questions asked. Mark nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the immense risk we were about to take. We adjusted our packs, checked our limited supplies. The water was running low, and our food, while plentiful, was rapidly losing its appeal. The physical strain was immense, but the psychological toll was far greater. We were teetering on the edge of utter breakdown. Using the GPS to navigate back to the cabin was easier said than done. The device only showed our general location relative to the cabin. It didn't provide a clear path or distance. We had to move slowly, constantly checking the subtle shifts in our position, guiding ourselves through the featureless green expanse. It felt like walking blindfolded, with only a vague sense of a distant target. The journey back was even more unsettling than our escape. Every rustle seemed to hide a threat. Every shadow seemed to conceal a watching eye. The silence of the forest felt heavier, the trees more menacing. The deeper we went, the stronger the metallic, acrid scent became, signaling our return to the heart of the anomaly. We kept expecting the spectral figures to reappear, or the massive thumping to return, but the forest remained eerily quiet. It felt as if it was merely observing our inevitable return, allowing us to walk willingly back into the spider's web. Hours later, the trees began to thin again, the light ahead growing stronger. The air grew colder, and that profound, ancient silence descended upon us once more. We knew we were close. Cautiously, we pushed through the last line of trees, stepping out into the small, irregular clearing. The cabin stood exactly as we had left it, dark, silent, windowless, absorbing the faint daylight. It still looked unnervingly pristine, untouched by the elements, a strange, resilient shadow against the muted greens and grays. The heavy, planked door with its rusted iron plate was still sealed tight. The malevolent symbol was still branded into the log, radiating its quiet menace. But something was different. As we stepped into the clearing, the strange, cold light seemed to pulse faintly, almost imperceptibly, and the ground around the cabin, which had been bare of recent footprints or cleared space, now showed subtle signs of disturbance. Not footprints, not exactly, more like indentations. Large, shallow depressions in the moss and pine needles, radiating outwards from the cabin, almost like a massive, heavy weight had been resting there, leaving behind a subtle imprint. In the air around the cabin, it was thick, not just with the acrid smell, which was now overwhelmingly strong, but with a palpable, oppressive energy. It felt like the very air was charged, humming with an unseen force. We approached slowly, our hearts hammering against our ribs, our eyes darting around the clearing, searching for any sign of the silent man or the creature that had growled from within. But there was nothing, only the cabin, standing like a dark sentinel. As we got closer, I noticed the source of the subtle indentations. They were indeed traces of immense pressure, almost perfectly circular, spaced in a regular, rhythmic pattern around the cabin. It was as if something gargantuan had been walking in a slow, deliberate circle around the structure, the same rhythm as the thumping we had heard that night. My gaze drifted to the heavy door, to the circular iron plate. It was still rusted shut, still impervious, but as I stared at it, I noticed something new. The surface of the rusted iron, which had been dull and uniform, now had a faint, almost imperceptible sheen to it, a subtle iridescence that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dim light. And around the edges of the plate, where it met the dark wood of the door, there was a faint, black residue, almost like ash or soot. Mark saw it too. He walked up to the door, his hand hesitantly reaching out, then pulling back. "It's warm," he whispered, his voice full of disbelief. "The iron plate, it's radiating heat." He was right. Even from a few feet away, I could feel a faint warmth emanating from the door, a low, consistent heat, as if something within had been smoldering or pulsating with a suppressed energy. "And this residue," I murmured, pointing to the black dusting around the plate. "It wasn't here before." We looked at each other, a shared understanding dawning in our eyes. The thumping, the growl, the subtle shift in the air, the warmth, the strange residue. Something had happened here. Something had been at work inside the cabin, or trying to get out, or perhaps something had been asterisk feeding. Then from deep within the forest, a sound, distinct and clear, cut through the silence. It was a single, piercing shriek, not animal, not human. It was a sound of pure agony, a high-pitched, metallic screech that tore through the air, reverberating through the trees, a sound so utterly horrifying that it froze us to the spot. It was immediately followed by a dull, wet thud, and then silence. A cold, dead silence. Our eyes snapped to the forest edge, to the direction the shriek had come from. The silence that followed was even more profound, more absolute, than anything we had experienced before. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, listening. What was that?" Mark stammered, his face bone white. I shook my head, unable to form words. That shriek, it was the sound of something utterly, brutally destroyed, and the subsequent thud. We stood frozen in the clearing, caught between the ominous, warmed cabin and the forest that had just swallowed a scream. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, no longer just a prickle, but a heavy, tangible presence. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the lingering acrid smell, as if a violent, unnatural act had just occurred. We were no longer just lost. We were witnesses to something unspeakable, something that was still lurking, waiting in the silent, ancient woods. Generating Part 4 of 8. The cold, dead silence that followed the shriek was more terrifying than any noise could have been. It hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, pressing down on us like a physical weight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, absolute stillness. Mark's breath hitched, a raw, guttural sound in his throat. His eyes, wide with horror, darted from the cabin to the dark, impenetrable tree line from which the scream had emanated. What in God's name was that? He finally managed to croak, his voice a strained whisper, barely audible above the ringing in my ears. I shook my head, unable to speak, unable to move. My legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. The shriek had been unlike anything I had ever heard, a sound that spoke of unimaginable pain, of steel tearing flesh, of something utterly consumed by terror and agony. And the thud that followed, it resonated with a sickening finality. The metallic, acrid smell, already strong around the cabin, intensified, now mixed with a faint, coppery tang that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of fresh blood, mingled with something ancient and unholy. The air itself seemed to crackle with a suppressed energy, a lingering echo of immense, destructive power. We stood there frozen for what felt like an eternity, our gaze fixed on the spot where the scream had died. The forest edge was a solid wall of ancient trees, their shadows long and dark, offering no hint of what lay beyond or what might emerge. Every rustle of a leaf, every creak of a branch sounded like a prelude to another horror. The feeling of being watched was no longer a vague apprehension. It was a certainty, a cold, predatory gaze from the unseen depths of the woods. "We have to go," I finally forced out, my voice raspy. "We have to get away from here." My survival instinct screamed at me to flee, to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever monstrosity had just enacted such violence. Mark, however, was staring at the cabin door, his brow furrowed in a terrible mixture of fear and a desperate, burgeoning curiosity. The warmth emanating from the iron plate was now more pronounced, almost inviting in the chilling air. The black residue around its edges seemed to pulse faintly, almost as if it were still actively being created. "But where?" he asked, his voice low, almost desperate. "Where do we go? The forest won't let us leave. We'll just go in circles until we become like them." He gestured vaguely at the trees, a haunted look in his eyes, remembering the spectral figures and their mournful humming. "The cabin, it's a fixed point. It's here, it's real. It's the only thing that hasn't tried to erase itself." His words, while terrifying in their implications, held a chilling logic. The forest was actively malicious, twisting space and time to trap us. The cabin, for all its sinister aura, was the one consistent anomaly, the one constant in a landscape of shifting impossibility. It was the eye of the storm, perhaps, but also our only potential anchor. "But what's in asterisk there, Mark?" I pleaded, my voice trembling. "We heard it growl, and now this." I gestured towards the forest, where the echoes of the shriek still seemed to hang in the air. Whatever just happened out there, it's connected to this place, to this cabin. Mark swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. I know, but maybe we can use it. Maybe it's a way out, or at least a way to understand what's happening. Sitting out here, waiting to be hunted or to stumble across whatever just screamed like that, that's not a plan. He took a tentative step towards the cabin door, his hand still hovering, not quite touching the warm iron plate. The compass works. The GPS shows the cabin. Everything else is gone. It feels like this is the only path left open to us. He was right. We were between a rock and a hard place, or rather, between an impossible, looping forest and a malevolent, silent cabin. The former promised a slow, terrifying descent into madness and death. The latter, an unknown, but perhaps quicker, confrontation with whatever horrors lurked within. Okay, I said, the word feeling like a surrender. But we're careful, extremely careful, and we stick together, no matter what. Mark nodded grimly. He seemed to have made up his mind, a strange mix of fear and a desperate resolve etched on his exhausted face. He stood before the iron plate, examining it closely. The faint iridescence was more visible now, a rainbow sheen shifting subtly on the rusted surface, as if catching internal light. The black residue around the edges was like a fine ash, clinging stubbornly to the rough wood. It's hot, he repeated, pressing his palm gently against the plate. Not scorching, but definitely warm, like a low oven. He tried pushing on it again, then attempting to pry the edges with his multi-tool, but it was still fused solid. It's not meant to be opened from the outside. What about that symbol? I pointed to the branded mark on the log. The eye with the jagged lines. Does that mean anything to you? Mark knelt, tracing the symbol with a hesitant finger. It's unsettling, not like any known occult symbol I've seen in my amateur research. It feels ancient, yes, but also alien, and malevolent, just like you said. He paused, then looked up at me. What if it's a key, or part of a mechanism? The idea sent a fresh prickle of unease down my spine. A key to what? And what if activating it unleashed something even worse? But what other choice did we have? Maybe it's meant to be pressed, I suggested, thinking of old puzzles or hidden mechanisms. Mark tried that, pushing on different parts of the symbol, but nothing happened. The wood remained solid, unyielding. He stood up, frustrated. This is insane. We're standing here, trying to open a door to who knows what, while whatever just screamed is out there. He glanced nervously at the tree line. Then the air around us seemed to thicken further, not with sound, but with pressure, like the air being sucked out of a room. The metallic acrid scent intensified, almost choking us, and from the iron plate on the door, the subtle warmth began to grow. It pulsed, faintly at first, then more distinctly, a soft, internal thrum that we could feel vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. The black residue around the edges of the plate seemed to deepen, to grow, a thin, oily-looking film spreading slowly across the wood. It's changing, Mark whispered, stepping back, his eyes wide. The iridescence on the plate grew brighter, swirling with unnatural colors. The low thrumming intensified, becoming a soft, deep hum, not unlike the mournful sound from the previous night, but this one felt different, more mechanical, more powerful, less sorrowful. Suddenly, with a low, grinding groan, the rusted iron plate began to retract. Slowly, agonizingly, it pulled inwards, then slid sideways into the thick wood of the door itself, revealing a dark, circular opening beyond. No creaking, no sudden rush of air, just a slow, deliberate unveiling of what lay within. The darkness inside the opening was absolute, profound, absorbing any ambient light. It wasn't just a lack of light, it felt like a presence, a void that pulled at the senses. From within, we could now distinctly hear a faint, low hum, steady and rhythmic, like a colossal, dormant machine slowly coming to life. And the acrid, metallic smell was overwhelmingly strong, stinging our nostrils, making our eyes water. "It's open," I breathed, staring into the blackness, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. Curiosity, however, was a cruel master, and it held me transfixed. Mark was equally mesmerized. He edged closer to the opening, peering into the void. There's no light in there at all. Not even a flicker of light from outside penetrates. He pulled out his headlamp, a powerful LED beam, and clicked it on, pointing it into the dark opening. The beam cut into the blackness, but it seemed to lose its intensity almost immediately, as if the space beyond was actively absorbing the light. It illuminated only a few feet, showing a short, rough-hewn tunnel, barely wide enough for one person to crawl through. The walls of the tunnel were made of the same dark, seamless logs as the cabin exterior, but they felt strangely slick, almost wet, despite appearing dry. The air coming from the tunnel was cold, dead, and heavy with that pervasive, industrial organic smell. "It's a crawl space," Mark observed, his voice hushed. "It goes down at a slight angle." We hesitated at the threshold, our minds screaming at us to turn back, to run from this impossible place. But the forest, with its looping paths and spectral inhabitants, offered no escape. This was it. This was the only way forward. "I'll go first," Mark said, his voice surprisingly steady, a flicker of his old adventurous spirit overriding the fear. "You cover me." He knelt down, unshouldered his pack, and placed it on the ground beside the opening. He then slowly, cautiously began to crawl into the dark tunnel, his headlamp beam barely cutting through the oppressive blackness. I watched, my heart pounding, my hand instinctively going to the small knife on my belt, though I knew it was useless. "It's really dark in here," Mark's voice echoed back, muffled and distant. "And the air is thick, the hum is stronger." I knelt, grabbing my own pack and placing it next to his, then started to follow, crawling into the opening behind him. The moment I entered the tunnel, the world outside seemed to vanish. The opening sealed itself off, not literally, but psychologically. The light from the clearing was instantly absorbed, and I was plunged into the same absolute darkness as Mark, relying solely on my small headlamp and the faint glow from his. The air was thick, suffocating, and the smell of ozone and decay was overwhelming. The low hum resonated through the very logs around me, a deep, unsettling vibration that seemed to penetrate my skull. The tunnel was indeed short, perhaps only 15 feet, and sloped gently downwards. The logs forming its walls were unnervingly smooth, almost polished and cold to the touch. It felt less like a natural log structure and more like a carefully crafted artificial passage. Then the tunnel opened into a larger space. Mark crawled out first, his headlamp beam sweeping across the interior. I followed, emerging into a small, circular chamber. It wasn't a cabin interior as we understood it. There were no wooden floors, no fireplace, no furniture. The walls were made of the same dark, seamless logs, forming a perfectly circular room, perhaps 20 feet in diameter. The ceiling was low, also log-beamed, and the air within was impossibly still, heavy, and cold. The hum was much louder here, a deep, resonant thrumming that vibrated through the floor and up our legs. And in the center of the chamber, dominating the space, was an altar. It was a rough-hewn block of dark, unidentifiable stone, about waist-high, stained with ancient, dried residue that looked suspiciously like old blood. On its surface, a single, flickering light source pulsed with a faint, eerie blue glow. It was a small, irregular shard of what looked like obsidian, but it pulsed with an internal, cold light, casting no shadows. It was the source of the low hum, a silent, powerful thrumming that permeated the chamber. Around the altar, inscribed into the dark log floor, was the same jagged, stylized eye symbol we had seen on the cabin exterior, repeated multiple times in a complex, interlocking pattern. There were no other visible exits, no windows, no other doors. This was it. The entire cabin was this single, circular room. What is this place?" I whispered, my voice trembling, looking around the unsettling chamber. The feeling of malevolence was palpable here, a thick, suffocating presence that pressed in on us from all sides. Mark, his headlamp beam still fixed on the pulsing stone shard, took a hesitant step closer to the altar. It's a ritual chamber, a temple. He reached out a hand, then pulled it back, a shudder running through him. That stone, it's radiating energy, and that symbol on the floor, it's everywhere. As we stood there, taking in the impossible sight, the blue light from the shard pulsed brighter, and the low hum in the chamber intensified, rising slightly in pitch, a slow, almost imperceptible crescendo. The metallic, acrid smell grew stronger, filling my lungs with its harsh, unnatural stench. Then we noticed something else. On the stone altar, beside the pulsing shard, was a small, dark object. It was difficult to make out in the dim, blue light, but it looked like a small, intricate carving. Mark, drawn by an irresistible, morbid curiosity, took another step, then another, until he was standing right before the altar. He leaned in, his headlamp beam focused on the object. It's wood," he murmured, his voice laced with confusion. "A small carving, like an idol." As he spoke, the blue light from the shard pulsed fiercely, and the humming rose to a sudden, jarring peak, a high-pitched whine that resonated through the chamber, rattling our teeth. Suddenly, the floor around the altar, where the symbols were carved, began to glow faintly. Not with blue light, but with a dull, malevolent red. The carved symbols themselves seemed to deepen, to become more prominent, as if etched by an internal fire. And then, from the walls of the chamber, from between the seamlessly fitted logs, a new horror began to manifest. Faint, glistening filaments, almost invisible in the dim light, began to slowly, meticulously emerge. They were thin, like spider silk, but dark and incredibly strong-looking. They extruded from tiny, almost imperceptible crevices in the wood, extending outwards slowly, deliberately into the chamber. They seemed to seek something, to reach for something. "What the hell are those?" I gasped, stepping back, my heart seizing in my chest. The humming was now a deafening roar in my ears, the red glow from the floor intensifying, casting grotesque, shifting shadows on the walls. Mark, transfixed by the object on the altar, didn't seem to hear me. He reached out, his hand slowly extending towards the small, dark carving. "Mark, no," I screamed, a wave of primal terror washing over me. "Don't touch it." But it was too late. His fingers brushed against the carving. The moment he touched it, the blue light from the shard exploded outwards, momentarily blinding me. The humming became a piercing shriek, almost identical to the sound we had heard earlier in the forest, but magnified 1,000-fold, tearing through the very fabric of the air, vibrating through every cell of my body. The red symbols on the floor flared, casting a hellish glow on Mark's face, and the glistening filaments from the walls surged forward, no longer tentative, but moving with terrifying speed, wrapping around Mark's outstretched arm, clinging to his hand. He screamed then, a guttural cry of pure agony, his body convulsing violently. The filaments, now revealed to be not mere silk, but thin, dark tendrils, began to tighten, digging into his flesh. They glowed faintly with an internal, sickly green light as they burrowed into his skin, coiling around his fingers, his wrist, his forearm. "Get them off me," he shrieked, struggling frantically, trying to pull away from the altar, but the tendrils held him fast. His eyes were wide with a horrifying mixture of pain and disbelief, fixed on the carving he had touched. I lunged forward, grabbing his shoulder, trying to pull him back, but he was held impossibly tight. The tendrils had already spread, wrapping around his entire arm and beginning to snake up his chest, across his neck. They were thin but powerful, their grip unyielding. As I struggled to free him, I saw it, the small, dark carving on the altar. It was no longer just wood. It was throbbing faintly, and its surface seemed to ripple, almost like dark water. As the tendrils consumed Mark, drawing him closer to the altar, the carving began to change, to swell, its shape subtly shifting. It was absorbing something from Mark. He began to convulse again, a terrible, rasping sound tearing from his throat. His struggles grew weaker, more desperate. His skin, wherever the tendrils touched, began to gray, to wither, as if life was being rapidly drained from him. The sickly green glow of the tendrils pulsed brighter, and the low hum from the chamber transformed into a soft, sickening slurping sound, wet and guttural. "Help me," Mark choked out, his voice already fading, his eyes rolling back in his head. It's draining me." I pulled with all my might, screaming his name, but it was useless. The tendrils were too strong, too numerous. More were emerging from the walls, slithering across the floor, reaching for Mark, wrapping around his legs, his torso, pulling him inexorably towards the altar, towards the pulsing blue shard, towards the dark, shifting carving. The terrifying slurping intensified, a horrific symphony of consumption. Mark's body slumped, his eyes now vacant, his skin completely gray and shriveled. He was still upright, held by the tendrils, but he was gone, emptied, desiccated. The tendrils, now thick and engorged, pulled him fully onto the altar, his shriveled husk of a body collapsing next to the glowing blue shard. The slurping reached a crescendo, a final wet gasp, then subsided into a low, contented thrum. The dark carving on the altar had grown noticeably larger, and its surface was no longer rippling. It was now smooth, sleek, and pulsed with a faint, deep red glow, a mirror of the symbols on the floor. It was no longer a mere idol. It was alive, and it was full. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, scrambling away from the altar, away from Mark's lifeless shell, away from the pulsating carving. My mind screamed in a silent, agonizing terror. Mark was gone, drained, consumed by this. The piercing shriek in the forest, the wet thud, it suddenly made terrible sense. Whatever had been out there, whatever had been screaming, had been another asterisk offering, another victim. The chamber fell silent. The hum died down to a low, quiescent thrum. The red glow on the floor faded, the symbols receding into the dark wood. The blue light from the shard still pulsed, but with a softer, steadier beat. The tendrils that had consumed Mark retracted, slithering back into the walls, vanishing without a trace. The air, though still thick with the acrid smell, no longer felt charged with violent energy. It felt sated. I lay on the floor, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. My best friend, my hiking companion since childhood, gone. Horrifically, impossibly gone. consumed by some ancient, malevolent entity hidden within this accursed cabin. I stared at the altar, at Mark's lifeless, withered form, at the dark, pulsating carving that now sat beside it, growing ever so slightly larger, subtly changing shape, as if digesting its meal. It looked less like wood now, and more like polished obsidian, alive with a faint, internal glow. My terror turned to a cold, burning rage. Mark. They had taken Mark. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, my eyes fixed on the altar. I needed to get out, but more than that, I needed to understand. I needed to know what this thing was, what it had done, and how it was connected to this cursed forest. And I needed to make it pay. The cabin was silent again, save for the faint, steady hum from the blue shard. It felt like the eye of a storm, a place of terrible, quiet power. I knew I couldn't stay here, not indefinitely. But I couldn't leave either, not with Mark's body lying on that vile altar, not with the knowledge of what this place truly was. My mind, still reeling from the shock, began to grasp at fragments of the impossible. The erased maps, the looping forest, the spectral figures of the lost, the silent man, the thumping, monstrous entity. It was all connected. This cabin, this altar, this thing, it was the heart of it all. It was drawing them in, feeding on them, trapping their spirits, slowly consuming the forest and everything within it. I stumbled backwards, away from the altar, my eyes scanning the circular chamber for anything, any clue, any hidden passage, any tool, anything that could help me. There was nothing. Just the seamless log walls, the low ceiling, and the omnipresent, terrifying silence. My headlamp, which had fallen from my head during my futile attempt to save Mark, lay on the floor near the entrance, its beam still weakly cutting through the darkness. I crawled towards it, my hands shaking, and retrieved it, clicking it back onto my head. Its light, though dim, was a small comfort. I looked at my pack still lying on the floor. Food, water, a first aid kit, a knife. My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan, any plan that wasn't just collapsing into despair. I was alone now, utterly alone, in a place beyond reason, beyond any hope of rescue. I stood up, my legs still trembling, and forced myself to approach the altar again, though every instinct screamed at me to flee. I had to look. I had to understand. Mark's body was a husk, shriveled and gray, almost unrecognizable. His clothes, though still intact, hung loosely on his skeletal frame. The life, the essence of him, had been utterly consumed. And the carving, it was now truly obsidian, sleek and black, almost reflective, with a deep internal ruby glow that pulsed with a slow, deliberate beat. It had grown in size, now roughly the size of a human heart, and its shape was disturbingly organic, like a stylized, petrified organ. It rested on the altar, nestled next to the blue shard, the two objects humming in a sinister harmony. As I stared at it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper brushed against my mind. Not words, not exactly, but a feeling, an ancient, satisfied presence. Sustained for now, it felt like a deep, patient hunger, temporarily sated but ever present. The whisper sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. This thing wasn't just a physical entity. It was something that could touch my thoughts, invade my mind. I scanned the walls again, more meticulously this time, my headlamp beam sweeping slowly across every inch of the log surface. There had to be something, a hidden passage, a way out. This couldn't be a dead end. And then I saw it, so subtle it was almost invisible. In one section of the perfectly circular wall, just above where the tendrils had emerged, there was a faint seam, a hairline crack that was almost perfectly concealed by the grain of the wood. It was small, barely noticeable, but my desperation sharpened my senses. I approached it cautiously, running my fingers along the seam. It was cold, slick, and strangely seamless. It didn't feel like a door or a panel, but it was definitely a break in the otherwise perfectly uniform surface. I pressed against it, pushed, pulled, trying to find a latch, a handle, anything. Nothing. The seam remained closed, unyielding. Frustration surged through me, battling with the pervasive fear. I was trapped in a chamber of death, with the husk of my friend on a vile altar, and a pulsating, malevolent carving digesting his essence. I looked back at the altar, at the blue shard pulsing with its cold, internal light, the source of the hum, the power source, and the carving, the devourer. My eyes fell on Mark's shriveled hand, still resting on the altar, close to the carving. His multi-tool, which he had used earlier to try and pry open the iron plate, was still clutched in his stiff fingers. A desperate, insane idea sparked in my mind. The carving had changed, grown, it was full. Perhaps it had a weakness. Perhaps I could destroy it, or at least wound it. It was a suicidal thought, but what did I have to lose? I couldn't just sit here and wait, not after what happened to Mark. I cautiously approached the altar again, my movements slow, deliberate, every nerve screaming with alarm. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and carefully pried the multi-tool from Mark's stiff hand. It was cold, metallic, and felt impossibly heavy in my grip. I clutched the tool, its small blade extended, and looked at the pulsating obsidian carving. It hummed softly, a low, contented thrum. It felt arrogant, sated. With a surge of adrenaline, I raised the multi-tool and brought it down with all my strength, aiming for the center of the pulsating carving. The blade hit the obsidian with a sickening asterisk clink and snapped instantly. The carving wasn't just hard, it was impossibly dense, like diamond. The impact sent a painful vibration up my arm, and the tiny metal shard of the blade flew off into the darkness. The carving, however, pulsed once, brighter, with a flash of contemptuous red light, and from the walls, with alarming speed, a single, thin tendril shot out, striking my wrist. It was sharp, surprisingly painful, like a needle-thin barb. I cried out, recoiling, jerking my arm away. The tendril, as quick as it had appeared, retracted, vanishing back into the wall. I stared at my wrist. A thin, black line, like a perfect cut, appeared on my skin. A single bead of dark blood welled up, then was immediately absorbed by the line, which shimmered faintly, almost like the tendril itself. A sharp, burning sensation spread from the cut, stinging and throbbing. My vision blurred for a moment, a wave of dizziness washing over me. A profound weakness began to spread through my limbs, and the hum in the chamber seemed to grow louder, resonating deep within my head. Curiosity will be rewarded. The whisper was in my mind again, clearer this time, laced with a cold, ancient amusement. Terror, pure and unadulterated, choked me. It was feeding again, starting with me. The cut on my wrist, the weakness, the dizziness, it was draining me just like Mark, slowly, deliberately. I stumbled back, clutching my bleeding wrist, my heart hammering. I had to get out, now, before I ended up like Mark. My eyes frantically searched for the faint seam in the wall. I found it again, my desperation giving me a new, terrifying focus. I pressed against it, pushed, shoved, then, in a fit of rage and terror, I slammed my fist against it. Nothing. The seam remained sealed. The hum from the altar thrummed contentedly. The burning sensation in my wrist intensified, the weakness spreading. I began to hyperventilate, gasping for air in the thick, acrid atmosphere. My thoughts raced, fractured by panic. I was trapped, truly trapped. The cabin was a cage, and the altar was its hungry heart. Then a new idea, born of desperation: the crawling tunnel. It was the only way I had come in. It was the only physical opening I had seen. Maybe it was still open. Maybe it was the escape. I scrambled towards the entrance tunnel, ignoring the burning in my wrist, ignoring the increasing dizziness. I crawled back into the dark passage, my headlamp beam barely cutting through the oppressive blackness. The air in the tunnel felt even heavier, colder, the hum from the chamber behind me a constant, unsettling drone. I crawled, pushing myself forward, my fingers scrabbling against the slick, cold logs. It felt longer this time, interminable, but I had to reach the end. I had to get out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint, gray light ahead. The opening, the world outside. Hope surged through me, a desperate, powerful wave. I pushed forward, faster now, dragging my weakening body towards the light. I scrambled out of the tunnel, gasping for fresh air, falling onto the damp moss of the clearing. I lay there for a moment, sucking in great gulps of the cold, crisp air, trying to clear my head, trying to quell the raging panic. The light was dim, but it was outside. I was outside, away from the altar, away from the carving, away from Mark's husk. I slowly pushed myself up, my body aching, my wrist burning. I looked back at the cabin. The circular iron plate was now fully retracted, leaving the dark opening exposed. But as I watched, with a soft, almost imperceptible hiss, the plate began to slide back out, slowly, deliberately, sealing the tunnel shut once more. The iridescence shimmered, the black residue thickened, and the faint warmth emanated from the now sealed door. It had let me out, just to seal me back in, perhaps later. My gaze drifted to my wrist. The black line was still there, a thin, angry scar. It still burned, and the faint, unsettling weakness lingered. It wasn't a mere cut. It was a brand, a mark, a connection. I was outside, but the cabin's hunger had already touched me. I was wounded, bleeding, and marked. The forest clearing was silent, impossibly silent. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, no sound of life. Just the oppressive stillness and the pervasive feeling of being watched. And then, from the edge of the clearing, from the thick shadows of the ancient trees, he emerged. The gaunt man's. He stood there motionless, perhaps 20 feet away, his wide-brimmed hat casting his features into deep shadow, but I could feel his unwavering gaze. He carried nothing, made no sound, simply was asterisk. But he was different this time. His form seemed less solid, more ethereal, almost translucent at the edges, shimmering faintly, like the spectral figures from the previous night. And his skin, beneath the tattered clothes, was a terrible ashen gray, almost identical to the color of Mark's husk. My blood ran cold. He wasn't a man, not anymore. He was one of them. A sentinel, perhaps, but also a prisoner. One of the lost, trapped here, slowly fading, guarding the thing that had consumed him and would consume me. He raised a long, skeletal finger, pointing not at me, but at my wrist, at the black, burning line etched into my skin. Then the dry, rustling voice, like dead leaves skittering across barren ground, impossibly ancient and hoarse, whispered a single word. Acclaimed. The word hung in the air, a chilling pronouncement of my fate. He knew what had happened in the cabin. He knew about the mark. He knew I was now connected to the hungry entity, a new source of sustenance. My legs, already weak, threatened to give out completely. I was not safe. I was marked. I was claimed asterisk. The cabin had not let me escape. It had merely allowed me to leave, knowing I was already tethered to it, slowly being drained. The forest, the looping paths, the spectral figures, the thumping monstrosity. It was all part of a larger, ancient, horrifying system, and I was now a part of it. The gaunt man's form flickered, his edges blurring even further, as if he were struggling to maintain his physical presence. The pervasive cold in the clearing intensified, and a faint, acrid smell, identical to the one in the cabin, wafted around him. Then slowly, deliberately, he began to retreat, dissolving back into the shadows of the forest as silently as he had appeared. One moment he was there, a terrifying harbinger of my doom. The next he was gone, swallowed by the dense undergrowth, leaving no trace. I was alone again in the chilling silence of the clearing, my wrist throbbing, the word claimed echoing in my mind like a death knell. I was bleeding internally, slowly, subtly, like a leaking vessel. My energy, my life force, was already being siphoned away, flowing back to the hungry thing in the cabin. The sun, what little of it penetrated the dense canopy, was beginning to dip, casting longer, more menacing shadows across the clearing. Evening was approaching, and with it, the cold, unforgiving darkness. And I was alone, marked, and slowly being consumed by an unseen, ancient horror. I had to move, I had to find help. But where? The maps were gone. The compass was useless without a guide. The forest was a malevolent, looping prison, and I was already weakening. I glanced at my pack, still generating part 5 of 8. Lying on the damp ground, its contents a paltry arsenal against the nightmare I was living. Food, water, a first aid kit, a knife. Useless, or were they? Survival instinct, a primal, desperate spark, flickered through the overwhelming terror and grief. I was marked, yes, but I wasn't dead yet. I wouldn't become another spectral figure, another mournful hum in this cursed forest. I stumbled towards my pack, my movements clumsy, my legs feeling like they belonged to someone else. The burning in my wrist was a constant, searing reminder, a subtle drain on my energy. I could feel the weakness, the insidious sapping of my strength already starting. The air around me, once crisp and clean, now felt heavy, charged with the acrid, metallic scent of the cabin, the stench of its feeding. I fumbled with the pack zippers, my fingers numb. My mind raced, trying to find a logical path, any path, out of this impossible situation. Logic, however, felt like a distant, forgotten concept. I was in a place where maps erased themselves, where the dead walked, and ancient entities fed on human essence. I have to get out of here, I whispered, the words ragged, desperate. My voice sounded tiny, swallowed by the vast, oppressive silence of the clearing. I pulled out my remaining water bottle. It was less than half full. Food pouches, not much left. How long could I last? How long before the mark on my wrist drained me completely, turning me into another husk for that obsidian carving, another ghost for this prison forest? The sun was indeed dipping, the perpetual twilight deepening into a sinister gloom. I couldn't stay in the clearing. The cabin loomed behind me, a dark, silent maw, and the gaunt sentinel had just vanished into the trees. I was exposed, vulnerable. I had to move, but where? West, the general direction of civilization, had led me in circles before. East, north, south, they were all the same. An endless, repeating labyrinth designed to keep its prisoners. But I couldn't just sit here and wait. A new thought, a desperate, almost insane one, flickered. The looping. The forest was actively pulling me back, ensuring I went nowhere. What if I did try to fight it? What if I let it pull me, let it dictate my path, but tried to observe, find a pattern in its deception? It was a long shot, born of exhaustion and despair, but it was all I had. I reshouldered my pack, the familiar weight a small comfort against the impossible reality. My headlamp beam, though weak, was my only guide. I glanced one last time at the silent cabin, at the newly sealed iron plate, imagining Mark's shriveled form on the altar, the pulsing obsidian carving. A cold rage, sharp and clean, cut through the terror. I would not let his death be in vain. I would not join them. I picked a direction, arbitrary and desperate. North, it was as good as any. I started walking, forcing myself into a steady rhythm, ignoring the burning in my wrist, the growing fatigue in my limbs. Every step was an act of defiance, a refusal to surrender to the malevolent will of the forest. The shadows grew long and distorted, twisting the ancient trees into monstrous shapes. The silence was absolute, save for the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves and the frantic beat of my own heart. The feeling of being watched intensified, a constant, chilling presence that rode on my back, followed my every move. Hours passed, the forest became a dark, indistinguishable blur. I tried to stay focused, to watch for landmarks, for anything familiar, but the repetition was relentless. A particularly gnarled root, a strangely shaped rock, a cluster of glowing fungi, I saw them all, past them, only to encounter them again, minutes or hours later, confirming the cruel, impossible loop. My body began to protest. The draining effect of the mark on my wrist was becoming more pronounced. My steps grew heavy, my vision occasionally blurred at the edges, and a pervasive chill settled into my bones. The cold was not just from the mountain air, it felt like an internal, creeping frost. I knew I couldn't last another night wandering aimlessly. I needed to rest, to conserve what little energy I had left. I found a relatively secluded spot under a dense fir, the kind that offered some protection from the elements, and tried to set up my tent. My hands fumbled with the poles, my muscles screamed in protest, but I managed it, driven by a desperate need for shelter, for a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness. No fire tonight. I didn't have the energy, and the thought of its light drawing attention filled me with dread. I just wanted to disappear, to become invisible. I crawled into the tent, pulling the zipper closed with trembling fingers, plunging myself into near-total darkness. I lay on my sleeping pad, wrapped in my bag, shivering despite the layers. The cold was profound, seeping into my very core. The metallic acrid smell was faint here, but omnipresent, a ghost of the cabin's hunger. Sleep was impossible. My mind replayed Mark's last moments, his shriek, the sickening slurping, the sight of his shriveled body. Guilt, sharp and agonizing, tore through me. I should have stopped him. I should have known. He was gone, and I was next. The throbbing in my wrist was a constant reminder. I felt it, a subtle pull, a slow siphoning of my life force. It was like a leak in a dam, small but constant, inevitably leading to collapse. As the night deepened, the forest outside remained eerily silent. No massive thumping, no mournful humming, no spectral figures. Just the oppressive quiet, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart and the shallow, ragged sound of my own breath. It felt like the forest was waiting, watching, letting its mark do its slow, terrible work. Around what I guessed was past midnight, a new sensation began. Not a sound, not a sight, but an internal feeling, a growing emptiness. It started in my stomach, a hollow, aching void, then spread outwards, a sensation of being hollowed out, of my very essence being drawn away. It was deeply unsettling, a cold, spiritual hunger. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was the mark at work. This was the entity in the cabin, feeding, and it wasn't just physical energy, it was something deeper, something vital. I fought it. I tried to focus, to push back against the draining sensation, to cling to my own being, but it was like trying to hold smoke. The more I resisted, the more tired I became, the more profoundly empty I felt. A wave of despair, cold and absolute, washed over me. This was it. This was how I would die, not torn apart by some monstrous creature, not starved in the wilderness, but slowly, insidiously, drained dry by an ancient, invisible horror. I lay there helpless as the emptiness grew, as my consciousness began to fray at the edges. My thoughts became sluggish, my will to fight slowly diminishing. The cold, the exhaustion, the spiritual draining, it was all too much. Just as I felt myself slipping, my mind reaching for the dark comfort of oblivion, a memory, sharp and sudden, pierced through the fog. Mark, his face, his laugh, his determination, his last desperate cry. No, I couldn't, I wouldn't, not like this. A fierce, desperate anger, cold and hard, flared within me. I was not a victim. I would not give up, not yet. I would fight. I would find a way, for Mark. I forced myself to sit up, my body protesting with every movement. My head spun, my vision swam, but the anger, the defiance burned bright. I rummaged through my pack, pulled out my small fixed-blade knife. It was useless against the carving, but it was something, a tool, a weapon, a symbol of my refusal to surrender. I looked at my wrist, at the black, burning line. It was faint, but undeniably there. What did it do? How did it work? Was there a way to stop it? A desperate thought. What if the mark itself could be cauterized, burned, destroyed? It was insane. It would hurt, but the alternative was certain death. I found my small metal lighter. My hands trembled as I flicked it open, the tiny flame a beacon in the terrifying darkness. I held it close to my wrist, my teeth clenched, steeling myself. The heat intensified, a searing pain that made me gasp. I felt the skin blister, but I held it there, gritting my teeth, pushing back against the black line, fighting the draining. The smell of burning flesh filled the tent, acrid and sickening. Then with a faint, almost imperceptible pop, the black line seemed to fizzle. It didn't vanish, but its edges blurred, and the intense burning sensation diminished, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. The cold emptiness in my stomach, the pervasive weakness, it didn't vanish completely, but it receded, like a tide pulling back from the shore. I collapsed back onto the sleeping pad, panting, sweating, tears streaming down my face. It had worked, or at least it had temporarily stalled the draining. The mark was still there, a jagged, burned scar on my wrist, but it felt inert, dormant. The immediate, insidious siphoning had stopped. It was a temporary reprieve, I knew, but it was a reprieve. It bought me time. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, staring into the oppressive darkness, clutching my knife, nursing my burned wrist. My mind, now clearer, raced, trying to formulate a plan. I couldn't wander aimlessly. The looping forest would break me. I had to find a way to escape this prison. As dawn approached, painting the inside of my tent in watery shades of gray, I felt a renewed, grim determination. I was still scared, more scared than I had ever been in my life, but I was also angry. Angry for Mark, angry for myself, angry at this monstrous, ancient thing that had twisted this beautiful wilderness into a living nightmare. I packed up my camp, my movements slow but deliberate. My body ached, my burned wrist throbbed, but the profound weakness was gone, replaced by a dull, pervasive fatigue. I was still alive, and I would fight. I pulled out the GPS and the paper map, still blank, still useless, save for the blinking dot of my location and the distant, unchanging black square of the cabin. But the compass still worked, and I still had my knowledge of the general geography of the Olympic National Forest. West was the Pacific Ocean. West was civilization. Okay, I murmured to myself, my voice raspy. The looping is designed to keep me here. It's part of the prison. But what if I can break the pattern? The forest did want me to leave. It actively prevented it, but perhaps it had rules, a weakness, a flaw in its malevolent design. I thought back to the gaunt man, to the spectral figures. They were trapped. They were the lost. What if the looping was only for those who tried to fight it, who tried to find a new way out? What if the looping was tied to the cabin? If I kept getting pulled back to familiar spots, it meant the forest was always subtly bringing me back towards a central point, the cabin. A new, terrifying idea formed. What if the looping could be broken by going to a point so far from the cabin, so far into a different part of the forest, that its influence weakened? But how to go far without a map? Then I remembered the thumping, the massive, unseen entity. It seemed to patrol the forest, perhaps guarding its perimeter or hunting its victims. It was part of the cabin's domain, and the spectral figures, they were the lost. They drifted aimlessly, mournfully. If the forest was a prison, the cabin was its central cell block, its power source, and its claim on me was my wrist. What if I tried to go directly away from the cabin, as far as I could get, using the compass and the GPS's limited cabin marker as a negative guide? It was a desperate gamble. I could simply walk back into the looping or straight into the path of the thumping monstrosity, but it was a plan, however flawed. I looked at the GPS. My dot was here. The cabin was a dot over there, a few inches to the digital east, so I would head west, not to civilization directly, but away from the cabin, as straight a line as possible, and I would keep a close eye on the GPS, on the relative distance to that black square. If it started pulling me back, if the distance began to shrink, I would know the looping was still active. I started walking, my compass clutched in my hand, my eyes fixed on its needle, pushing it towards west. The going was slow. The terrain was relentless, dense, choked with undergrowth and fallen trees. But I pushed on, one weary step after another. Hours blurred into a grueling march. My body screamed for rest, my mind struggled to stay alert. The burning in my wrist was a dull ache, a constant, nagging presence, but the draining had not returned. I checked the GPS often. The black square of the cabin seemed to slowly, agonizingly recede. My dot was moving further and further west away from it. It was working. I wasn't looping. Not yet. A faint, desperate hope began to stir within me. Maybe I could outrun the influence, get far enough away that the forest's magical grip would loosen. But the forest was relentless in other ways. The cold deepened, the air growing heavy with moisture. A thick fog began to roll in, shrouding the ancient trees in a ghostly white veil, reducing visibility to mere feet. The compass, my only reliable guide, became even more critical. The fog was disorienting, muffling all sound, transforming the familiar forest into an even more alien landscape. Every tree, every shadow became a phantom. I felt utterly alone, isolated in a world of gray and white. And then the sounds began again. Not the thumping, not the humming. This was different. Faint, distant whispers. Too faint to make out words, but undeniably voices. They seemed to come from within the fog itself, shifting and swirling, always just beyond the edge of my perception. Whispers, murmurs, a chorus of barely audible words, like dry leaves skittering. My heart pounded. The spectral figures. Were they coming back, or were they always here, just hidden by the fog, their mournful laments disguised by the thick air. The whispers grew slightly louder, closer, seeming to circle me like unseen entities moving through the mist. They brought with them that profound, soul-crushing sadness, the same melancholy that had emanated from the figures the previous night. It felt like a psychic assault, a wave of grief and longing washing over me, threatening to drown my defiance. I tried to ignore them, to push through, but the whispers were insidious, seeping into my mind, tugging at the frayed edges of my sanity. They spoke of loss, of regret, of endless wandering, of an inescapable fate. They were trying to break me, to make me surrender, to join their ranks. Lost forever, no escape. A faint, barely discernible thought, a suggestion that permeated the whispers, speaking directly to my mind, just like the larger entity in the clearing. I clenched my jaw, forced myself to focus on the compass, on the unwavering needle pointing west. "No," I muttered, my voice hoarse. "Not me, I won't." The whispers seemed to intensify, mocking my resolve, swirling closer. The air grew colder, and that faint, sickly sweet smell of withered flowers which had accompanied the spirits became stronger. I could almost feel their spectral presence around me, countless unseen eyes watching from the fog. I pressed on, forcing my body forward, trying to outwalk the whispers, to outrun the despair they brought. But they were relentless, clinging to me, a chorus of sorrow that echoed in my mind. As the day began to wane, the fog remained thick, clinging to the trees, making every step a gamble. My strength was failing, my legs trembling with exhaustion. I knew I couldn't keep going much longer. I needed to rest, to sleep, but the thought of spending another night surrounded by these mournful whispers, with the fear of the thumping monstrosity returning, was unbearable. And then through the thick, swirling mist, a faint, almost imperceptible gleam caught my eye. Ahead, not the soft, internal glow of the spectral figures. This was different, a cold, hard reflection. I paused, straining my eyes, trying to pierce the veil of fog. It was a faint glint, a spark of light that seemed to pulse and disappear, then reappear, always from the same spot, always ahead. Curiosity, a dangerous but potent force, overcame my exhaustion. What was it? Could it be a sign, something unnatural or something hopeful? I changed my direction slightly, aiming for the intermittent gleam, pushing through the dense undergrowth. The whispers seemed to part, retreating slightly as I approached the light, their mournful chorus dimming. As I drew closer, the gleam grew steadier, more distinct. It wasn't a light source, not exactly. It was a reflection of the dim, ambient light of the foggy day, and it was coming from a surface, a smooth, unnatural surface. I pushed through a final curtain of dripping moss and low-hanging branches, and emerged into a small, irregular clearing. And there it was. Not a cabin, not a tree. It was a structure, yes, but unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a massive, perfectly smooth black monolith, impossibly tall, rising straight up from the forest floor, its top disappearing into the dense fog. It was made of what looked like polished obsidian, seamless, featureless, reflecting the gray light of the fog like a dark, silent mirror. There were no carvings, no windows, no doors, no discernible entrance. Just a sheer, impossibly smooth surface, blacker than any night, stretching upwards into the mist. It hummed, a low, deep thrum, not mechanical like the cabin-s, but organic, resonant, vibrating through the very air, through the ground, and deep into my chest. It was the hum of immense power, of something ancient and alive, but utterly alien. The whispers had vanished completely. The air around the monolith was strangely still, devoid of the cold, the acrid smell, the sweet scent of withered flowers. It was just the hum, the profound silence, and the impossible black slab. My gaze drifted down to the base of the monolith, and there, partially obscured by moss and ancient debris, was a collection of objects. Not natural things, man-made, a rusted hunting rifle, a tattered backpack, its fabric bleached and torn, a pair of worn leather boots, a rusty compass, its needle stuck, and resting on a flat, moss-covered stone, a small, faded photograph face up. My heart seized in my chest. These were relics, remnants of others who had come before, others who had been lost, trapped in this impossible forest. I walked towards them, my legs heavy, my mind numb with a fresh wave of dread. I knelt beside the collection, my eyes fixed on the photograph. It showed two young men, smiling, standing proudly beside a tent in a sun-dappled clearing, mountains in the background. Hikers, just like Mark and me. Their faces were faded, almost gone, but the image was unmistakable, a chilling testament to their fate. The hum from the monolith intensified slightly, a subtle vibration that seemed to draw me closer, to pull at my senses. It felt like the monolith was observing me, taking me in, understanding my presence. I looked at the rusted compass, stuck, just like my own sense of direction without the maps, and the backpack, the rifle, the boots, signs of a desperate struggle, of a slow, inevitable surrender. Then my eyes fell on something else, half hidden beneath the tattered backpack. A small, crude carving, almost identical to the one Mark had touched on the altar. Not obsidian, but dark, gnarled wood, and it pulsed faintly, with a dull, ruby glow, similar to the one I had seen in the cabin. A cold, terrible realization slammed into me. This wasn't just a random artifact. This was another *1, another feeder, and these were its victims. The monolith, the cabin, they were connected, different manifestations, perhaps, of the same ancient, malevolent force. The cabin was a hungry heart, and this monolith, this felt like a vast, silent, watchful mind. I stumbled back, scrambling to my feet, my heart pounding. This was a place of power, a nexus of the impossible, and I had walked straight into another one. The hum from the monolith grew stronger, resonating through my bones. It wasn't threatening, not overtly, but it was immense, overwhelming, a pressure against my very being. I felt a subtle urge to simply sit down, to give up, to surrender to the powerful, ancient presence, to let it claim me. But the image of Mark's shriveled face flashed in my mind, and the burning on my wrist flared with a renewed, defiant ache. No, not yet. I looked back at the collection of lost hikers' belongings, at the pulsating wooden carving. It was subtly changing, growing larger, its surface shimmering faintly, as if it had just fed, just like the one in the cabin. The shriek in the forest, the wet thud, it wasn't just one entity. It was many a network. A horrifying ecosystem of ancient, parasitic entities, all connected, all feeding, all sustained by the unending supply of lost souls in this cursed forest. The implications were staggering, terrifying. This forest wasn't just a prison, it was a hunting ground, a vast, complex trap designed to feed an unseen, interconnected hunger. I had to get out. I had to. I turned, my eyes frantically searching for an escape, for any direction that didn't lead back to this impossible monolith, or to the cabin, or into the looping despair of the forest. The fog still clung to the trees, thick and impenetrable, blotting out the sun, making every direction seem equally hopeless. I glanced at the GPS. My dot was here, next to the monolith. The cabin marker was now a pinprick far to the east. I had indeed put distance between myself and the cabin, but now I was at another center of its power. My mind raced, fragments of information colliding. The silent man, the spectral figures, the thumping monstrosity. They were all part of this elaborate, ancient mechanism. The gaunt man was a sentinel, but also a victim. The spirits were the lost, perhaps trapped by the carvings that had consumed their bodies, forced to wander the looping forest, slowly fading until their essence was completely absorbed. And the thumping creature, was it a hunter, a collector, or another, larger servant of this system? I looked at my wrist. The burned mark was still there, angry and red, but still dormant. The cauterization had worked for now, but for how long? The small carving at the base of the monolith, pulsing with its ruby glow, was a stark reminder of what would happen if the mark reactivated if I gave up. I had to find a way to break the cycle, to escape the loop, to escape the asterisk system. The monolith continued to hum, its silent, immense presence pressing down on me, urging me to surrender. But I couldn't. I stumbled back into the fog, moving blindly, trying to put distance between myself and the black slab. The whispers began to return, faint at first, then growing in intensity, a mournful chorus that surrounded me. They pressed against my mind, filled with a renewed sense of despair, a profound weariness. No escape, all roads lead back. Give up, join us. I gritted my teeth, forcing one foot in front of the other. I knew what they wanted. They wanted my surrender, my essence for their masters, but I wouldn't give it to them. I pulled out my knife again, gripping it tight, the cold steel a small anchor in the storm of psychic assault. I had to find a way to fight back, to escape. I had put distance between myself and the cabin, but in doing so, I had stumbled upon something even more terrifying, another node in this network of horror. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, tugging at my very soul. I could almost feel spectral hands reaching for me through the fog, trying to drag me down, to make me one of them. And then, as the day finally gave way to night, plunging the foggy forest into an even deeper, more disorienting darkness, I heard it again. The thumping. Thumpo thumpo thump asterisk. Slow, deliberate, impossibly heavy. It came from somewhere deep within the fog, vibrating through the ground, through my bones. It was closer than it had been the previous night, and it was coming for me. My heart seized in my chest. The whispers vanished instantly, replaced by a terrified silence. The spectral figures, if they were there, had scattered, afraid of the approaching behemoth. The thumping grew louder, closer, shaking the very earth beneath my feet. I could feel its immense weight, its terrifying, ancient power. The metallic acrid scent, now mixed with something else, something fetid and earthy, grew overwhelming, stinging my nostrils. I broke into a desperate run, stumbling through the fog, through the treacherous undergrowth, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to get away from that terrifying, rhythmic sound. My legs burned, my lungs screamed, but I pushed on, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The thumping followed, relentless, methodical, drawing ever closer. It felt like a deliberate hunt, a slow, terrifying pursuit through the blind, swirling fog. I could almost feel its massive, unseen presence just behind me, closing in. I ran until my body was on the verge of collapse, until the fog seemed to spin around me, until the thumping was so close I could feel the ground shake with each impact. I stumbled, fell, caught myself, and pushed on, fueled by sheer, unadulterated terror. Suddenly, through the dense fog, a new sound cut through the thumping. A faint, almost imperceptible asterisk clink asterisk, metallic, man-made. I skidded to a halt, peering into the swirling mist, my headlamp beam cutting a pathetic swath through the darkness. The thumping paused, its rhythm broken, as if whatever it was had heard the same sound. Silence, a terrifying, loaded silence. Then from just ahead of me, a voice. Not a whisper, not a growl, but a human voice. Rough, startled, and undeniably real. "Who's there?" it called out, a man's voice, laced with fear and surprise. My breath hitched, another human, another survivor, or another victim. I stood frozen, caught between the approaching horror of the thumping monstrosity and the unknown human voice. Hope and terror warred within me. Could this be an escape or another trap? Before I could respond, the thumping resumed, closer now, impossibly close, a deafening drumbeat that shook the very ground. And with it came a deep, guttural growl, echoing through the fog, a sound of immense, predatory rage. "Run!" the voice ahead of me screamed, a frantic, desperate shout. "It's coming, get out of here." I didn't need any more convincing. I lunged forward, stumbling towards the voice, towards the promise of another living soul, hoping against hope that together we might stand a chance against the ancient, unspeakable horror that hunted us in this cursed forest. The thumping was now right behind me, an immense, terrifying presence, its hot, stale breath palpable on my neck, and the guttural growl resonated through my very core. I burst through a thicket of rhododendron, my headlamp beam cutting through the fog, revealing a small, temporary campsite. A makeshift lean-to, a sputtering fire, and a man. He was tall, heavily built, with a thick beard and wild, terrified eyes. He held a small, hatchet-like tool in one hand and a rifle in the other, both trembling. His clothes were torn, dirty, but looked like regular hiking gear, not ancient canvas. He was real. He was human. He stared at me, his face pale with shock and fear, his rifle raised defensively. Who are you?" he gasped, his voice raspy. "My name is, it doesn't matter," I choked out, stumbling towards him, pointing frantically behind me. "It's coming, the thing, the thumping." His eyes, wide with recognition, darted past me into the swirling fog. The thumping was right there, the ground vibrating violently. The growl was deafening. "Get in," he screamed, gesturing wildly towards a small opening in the lean-to, almost an afterthought. "Quick, now." I scrambled into the lean-to, my heart hammering, barely fitting into the cramped space. The man followed, practically diving in behind me, kicking over the sputtering fire as he went. The small, enclosed space plunged into near-total darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of my headlamp and the terrified gleam in his eyes. We huddled together, pressed against the cold, damp earth, our breaths shallow, listening to the nightmare unfold just feet away. The thumping stopped. The growl intensified, a low, guttural rumble that vibrated through the lean-to, shaking the very ground beneath us. The metallic acrid smell was overwhelming now, stinging our nostrils, making my eyes water. Then a new sound, a rasping, sniffing sound. It was impossibly close, right outside the lean-to, like a colossal beast inhaling, exhaling, searching. The fabric of the lean-to, a flimsy tarp and branches, trembled with each intake of breath. I could feel its presence, a monstrous, ancient shadow looming over our fragile shelter. Its breath, hot and foul, permeated the thin fabric, a stench of decay and something indefinably alien. The man beside me was rigid with terror, clutching his rifle so tightly his knuckles were white. He was breathing in short, shallow gasps, his eyes wide and unblinking. The sniffing continued, slow and methodical, circling the lean-to, a terrifying exploration. It felt like it was searching for a weakness, for an opening. It was toying with us. Then a scraping sound, something immense, heavy, dragging across the ground just inches from our heads. A deep, resonant groan, like massive wood rubbing against massive stone. The lean-to creaked, shifted, as if something was leaning against it, pressing down with unimaginable weight. The flimsy branches groaned, threatening to snap. We lay there paralyzed by fear, our bodies pressed together, not daring to move, not daring to make a sound, waiting for the inevitable. The hot, foul breath permeated the shelter, filling my lungs with its horrific stench. A single, colossal eye, dark and ancient, seemed to stare into my very soul, even through the thin fabric of the lean-to. I could feel its cold, malevolent gaze, its patient, predatory intelligence. Then, with a shudder that went through the entire lean-to, a final, immense asterisk thump landed just outside, shaking the earth violently. The structure groaned, threatened to collapse, then went still. And the thumping began to recede, slower this time, moving steadily away, deeper into the fog, deeper into the dark, silent forest. We waited, huddled in the darkness, for what felt like an eternity, listening to the rhythmic beats fade into the distance. The metallic acrid smell lingered, a tangible reminder of the monstrous presence that had encircled us. Finally, when the thumping was no more than a faint, distant echo, the man beside me slowly, cautiously, let out a ragged breath. "It's gone," he whispered, his voice trembling uncontrollably, filled with an exhaustion that mirrored my own. I couldn't speak, I just nodded, my body shaking. We lay there for a few more minutes, listening to the oppressive silence, trying to regain our composure, trying to convince ourselves that the nightmare was truly over, for now. Then the man slowly, stiffly, crawled towards the entrance of the lean-to, peering out into the still thick fog. He was cautious, wary, his rifle still clutched in his trembling hands. "What was that thing?" he whispered, his voice thick with a new kind of terror. "I've been out here for weeks. I've heard it, but I've never seen it this close, never felt it like that." I slowly crawled out after him, my legs stiff, my body aching. The fog was still impenetrable, the darkness absolute. The lean-to was a crumpled, barely standing mess, clearly having taken a beating. I don't know what it is," I confessed, my voice raspy, "but it's part of this place, this forest. It's all connected." I looked at him properly for the first time. He was older than me, perhaps in his late 40s or early 50s, his face etched with lines of hardship and fear. His eyes, though bloodshot and terrified, held a flicker of something else, a hard-won resilience. "Well, my, generating part 6 of 8. My name is Alex," I finished, my voice still raw. "What's yours?" He hesitated for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the unseen depths of the fog. "Thomas," he grunted, his voice gruff, as if he hadn't used it in a long time. He slowly lowered his rifle, but didn't entirely relax his grip. "Alex, what in hell are you doing out here? And what was that asterisk thing?" "I've been trying to get out for days," I replied, the words tumbling out, a desperate need to share the impossible burden. "My friend Mark and we stumbled across an old cabin. Everything changed after that." I paused, glancing at my wrist, still throbbing from the cauterized wound. The maps vanished. The forest started looping. We found things, spirits, a man, and then the cabin. It took Mark. The last words were a choked whisper, heavy with grief. Thomas stared at me, his eyes wide, then slowly narrowed. He took a long, shuddering breath. A cabin, you say. Old logs, no windows, weird symbol. My head snapped up. You've seen it. He nodded, a grim, knowing look on his face. I seen it, stumbled on it a few weeks back, didn't go near it, felt wrong, more wrong than anything I've ever felt in these woods, and I've been in plenty. He pointed with a thumb over his shoulder into the thick fog. And that thing, I've heard it for days, thumping, growling, never this close though. I thought it was just passing through. It was hunting me, I said, the words cold and stark. It was right behind me. Thomas shivered, pulling his tattered jacket tighter around him. Hunting, makes sense. Nothing in these woods makes sense anymore. Not since the fog came in, and not since the whispers. He looked at me, his eyes searching, desperate. You heard them too, didn't you? The voices, the sad ones. Yes, I confirmed, a fresh wave of unease washing over me. They tried to make me give up, to join them. He nodded slowly. They've been at me for days, weekends maybe, lost track of time, always there just beyond the fog. Speaking of lost, how'd you find your way here? You were running straight at me. I was running from the thumping, I admitted. My GPS and paper maps were erased. The forest keeps pulling me in circles, but I found a monolith, another place like the cabin, and there were things there, offerings, and a carving like the one in the cabin. It's all connected, Thomas. This isn't just a forest, it's a trap. Thomas listened intently, his face a mixture of fear and growing understanding. A monolith, black, smooth, impossibly tall, hummed. I nodded, shocked by his words. Yes, you've seen that too. Stumbled across it a month ago, maybe more, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Found some old gear at its base, a rifle, boots, thought maybe I'd found another soul, but nothing, just dust. He paused, looking at me with a new, grim assessment. You said the cabin took your friend. How? I recounted the horrific events in the cabin chamber. The altar, the blue shard, the tendrils, Mark's last scream. His shriveled form, the pulsating carving, the word claimed from the gaunt man. I even showed him the burned mark on my wrist, the jagged, angry scar that was a constant, aching reminder. Thomas listened in stunned silence, his face growing paler with each word. When I finished, he stared at my wrist for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. God help us, he breathed. God help us all. You're lucky that worked. Whatever it is, that mark, it's what keeps them here. He gestured vaguely at the swirling fog. The spirits, the whispers, they're the ones who were claimed, who gave up, who were emptied. You know about them, I asked, a desperate hope flickering within me. You've seen them. He nodded. They try to get close to lure you. At night mostly, like you saw, but they don't like the monolith, or the thumper, or the cabin. They keep their distance from the centers of activity. He shivered. They tried to get me too, whispering, telling me to just lie down, to stop fighting. How have you survived out here for weeks? I asked, looking at his worn but still functional gear, the hatchet, the rifle. He seemed prepared, albeit terrified. I'm an ex-tracker, search and rescue, Thomas explained, his voice gaining a touch of professionalism, as if clinging to a former life. I know these woods better than most, and I was already deep in when the weirdness started, had a full pack, plenty of supplies, but then the maps went. The compass started spinning, the forest started moving. He shook his head. I kept trying to get out, west, south, east, always led me back, always in circles. I knew it wasn't right. Then the whispers started and the thumping. He patted his rifle. This has kept the animals at bay. What good it'll do against that, I don't know. He gestured again into the fog. So you've been looping too. For weeks now, I set up these lean-tos, small, hidden camps, and keep moving. Try to stay ahead of the thumper, try to avoid the whispers. He sighed, a heavy, weary sound. You're the first person I've seen in I don't even know how long, and I've been looking, calling out. I tried calling out too, I said, got nothing. This fog, Thomas muttered, peering into the swirling gray. It came in a few days ago, never lifts, makes it worse, like walking through a dream. I came here from the monolith, I said, looking back in the direction I'd come from. I was trying to get away from the cabin. It pulled me to the monolith instead. Thomas nodded grimly. They're both anchors, power points, they pull you in. The forest, it's a network, always leads you back to where it wants you, or to one of its feeding grounds. He looked at me, a new resolve in his eyes. But you made it here, that's something, and you broke the mark, that's even more. It's only a temporary fix, I admitted, touching my wrist. It's still there, just dormant. Then we have to get out and fast before it reactivates, Thomas said, his voice firm, tinged with urgency. 2 heads are better than 1, and you've seen things I've only heard whispers of. The cabin interior, the altar, the carvings. He looked at me, his gaze direct. We need to get out of this cursed place, together. It was a small flicker of hope, but in the overwhelming darkness of the last few days, it felt like a bonfire. Another human, another survivor with knowledge and experience. Okay, I said, my voice stronger. Together, what's the plan? He thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the barely visible lean-to and the swirling fog. We can't stay here. That thing knows we're here now. It'll be back, and the fog, it's a nightmare to navigate. The looping is relentless. He paused, then his eyes lit up with a grim spark. There's only one direction I haven't truly tried, not in any sustained way, and it's the one that most people avoid. Which way? East, he said, his voice low. Deep east, towards the mountains, deeper into the interior. Everyone tries to go west, towards civilization, towards the ocean. The forest expects that. It wants us to try west. That's why it keeps looping us back to the cabin, to the monolith, to its feeding spots. I considered this. His theory had a twisted logic. If the forest was a sentient trap, it would anticipate our escape routes. But east takes us deeper into the wilderness, I argued, further from help. And further from its patterns, Thomas countered, a hard glint in his eyes, further from its power nodes. The cabin, the monolith, they seem to be more to the west, closer to the usual trails, to where hikers would venture. Maybe if we go far enough east, we can break its grip, or at least find a seam in its design. It's a long shot, I said, but a part of me resonated with the desperation of the idea. We're beyond long shots, Alex, Thomas replied. We're in a living nightmare. This is the only direction that might offer a chance to break the pattern, and we have to move now before that thumper decides to pay another visit, and before your mark reactivates. He was right, time was of the essence. We were exposed, vulnerable, and a known target. Okay, I agreed. East it is. But how do we navigate in this fog without maps and with the looping? My compass still works, Thomas said, pulling out a heavy brass compass on a chain. Like yours, and I've learned some tricks. I've found that even if the forest loops you, if you stick to a precise bearing, it eventually lets you off in a similar but slightly different spot. It's like a twisted maze, but there are exits if you can find the right path. And 2 of us taking turns on point, watching for familiar landmarks and holding the bearing, we might be able to push through. It was a terrifying prospect. Walking blind into the deepest parts of this malevolent forest, but it was the only plan we had. We need to go now, Thomas urged, already grabbing his small pack. Before dawn, this fog is a blessing and a curse. It hides us, but it also hides them. We quickly gathered our minimal gear, keeping only essentials. My pack was lighter now, with Mark's things gone, a stark reminder of our loss. The lean-to, now damaged, was abandoned. We moved silently, cautiously, into the swirling, impenetrable fog, Thomas taking the lead, his rifle held ready, his compass clutched in his hand. The fog was thick and disorienting, muffling all sound, reducing visibility to mere feet. The forest around us was a gray, indistinguishable blur, every tree a ghost, every shadow a phantom. It felt like walking through a dream or perhaps a nightmare. "Keep close," Thomas whispered, his voice low, "and keep your headlamp on a low beam, just enough to see your feet. Don't shine it wildly. We don't want to be a beacon." We walked, placing one foot carefully in front of the other, our senses strained. The compass needle was our only guide, a small, unwavering arrow pointing relentlessly east. Thomas was good at keeping a straight line, his years of tracking experience evident even in these impossible conditions. He moved with a practiced fluidity, his heavy frame surprisingly nimble. Hours passed, the fog remained thick, turning the forest into an endless, repeating canvas of gray and brown. The ground was treacherous, covered in slick moss and unseen roots, forcing us to move slowly. We spoke only in whispers, if at all, our conversation limited to confirmations of direction or warnings of unseen obstacles. The whispers, the mournful chorus of the lost, began to return, faint at first, then growing in intensity, swirling around us, always just beyond the edge of visibility. They brought with them that profound, soul-crushing sadness, trying to erode our resolve. Lost forever, no hope, give up. Thomas seemed to ignore them, his gaze fixed on the compass, his jaw tight. I tried to do the same, focusing on the rhythmic crunch of my boots, on the unwavering needle, on the grim determination to survive. But the whispers were insidious, seeping into my mind, tugging at the frayed edges of my sanity. As the sun, if it was even there, began its slow ascent, the fog seemed to thicken further, becoming even more oppressive. The air grew colder, and a faint, sickly sweet scent of withered flowers, the signature of the spectral figures, wafted through the mist. I could almost feel their countless, unseen presences around us, always just out of sight, their mournful laments a constant, psychic assault. We pressed on, our bodies aching, our minds weary, but fueled by a desperate, shared need to escape. The looping was subtle here, or perhaps Thomas's precise navigation was somehow breaking its pattern. We hadn't encountered any overtly familiar landmarks, but the sameness of the fog-shrouded forest was disorienting enough to make me doubt my own memory. Around what I guessed was mid-morning, Thomas suddenly raised a hand, stopping dead. He stood utterly still, his head cocked, listening. "What is it?" I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Listen," he breathed, his voice barely audible. I strained my ears, listening intently. Above the whispers, above the rustle of our own clothes, a new sound. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. Water, flowing waters. Not a trickle, not a small stream. This was a larger body of water, a river, perhaps, or a large creek. "The river," I whispered, a desperate spark of hope flickering within me. "Are we near water?" Thomas nodded, a grim smile touching his lips. Maybe, or maybe another trick. He started moving again, slowly, cautiously, towards the sound. But if it's a real river, a flowing one, it's a landmark that the forest can't completely erase. And rivers, they lead somewhere. The sound of rushing water grew steadily louder as we pressed on, cutting through the whispers, pushing back against the oppressive silence. It was a beautiful, familiar sound, a lifeline in the nightmare. Then the fog began to thin. Slowly, reluctantly, it started to dissipate, revealing patches of the forest ahead, glimpses of actual trees, their shapes solid and real, not ethereal blurs. The light, though still muted, seemed to brighten. We pushed through a final thicket of pines and emerged onto the bank of a massive river. It wasn't a trickle, it was a wide, powerful river, its dark waters churning and rushing over rocks, flowing swiftly from deep within the forest. Its banks were steep, rocky, and covered in dense, old-growth trees. It was a formidable obstacle, but also miraculously a beacon of hope. A river, Thomas breathed, a genuine note of awe in his voice. He dropped to his knees, leaning over the bank, splashing water on his face, then drinking greedily. Finally, something real. I knelt beside him, doing the same, the cold, fresh water a blessing on my parched throat. It was the purest, most natural water I had tasted in days, a stark contrast to the acrid stench that had permeated our lungs. We sat there for a long moment, simply staring at the flowing water, letting its sound wash over us, letting the sight of its relentless flow anchor us in reality. The fog, though still present in patches, was thinning rapidly, retreating back into the deeper woods. The whispers, too, seemed to recede, as if the flowing water was a barrier, a boundary they dared not cross. We found a way out of the looping, I said, a profound sense of relief washing over me. The east direction worked. Thomas nodded, his gaze sweeping the river. For now, this forest is tricky, but a river that's a real landmark, a natural pathway. They don't like those. Do you think this river leads out? He shrugged. Eventually, all rivers lead to the ocean or to larger rivers that do, but it could be a long way, and this terrain is rough. We'd have to follow the bank, maybe even try to build a raft if it gets too treacherous. He paused, his eyes narrowing, scanning the opposite bank. But for now, it's movement, it's progress, it's away from them. The sun, though still diffused by lingering haze, began to make its presence known, casting watery light through the canopy. The sounds of the forest, long absent, began to return, the chirping of birds, the rustle of squirrels, the gentle sigh of wind through the trees. It was still quiet, but it was a natural quiet, not the oppressive, malevolent silence we had grown accustomed to. A fragile sense of hope, one I hadn't felt in days, began to bloom within me. We had found a way, we had a direction, and I wasn't alone. We spent the next few hours walking along the riverbank, following its winding path. The terrain was challenging, requiring us to scramble over rocks, push through dense bushes, and navigate slippery slopes. But the sight and sound of the flowing water, the gradual return of natural forest sounds, and the thinning of the fog kept our spirits up. We talked as we walked, sharing our experiences, filling in the gaps in each other's terrifying accounts. Thomas told me more about his weeks of looping, the constant struggle against the whispers, the near misses with the thumping monstrosity, the despair of seeing the same trees, the same rock formations, day after day. He had learned to predict some of the looping patterns, to recognize the subtle shifts the forest made, but had never been able to break free, until now. I, in turn, described the cabin in more detail, the strange smoothness of the logs, the symbol, the cold malevolence, and the ghastly sight of Mark's consumption. I told him about the gaunt man and the feeling of being asterisk claimed. That's why you got out, Thomas concluded after I finished describing the cauterization. You broke the link, at least temporarily. The cabin knew it couldn't just keep draining you without a fight. It probably let you go, expecting you to eventually succumb to the looping or the thumper or the whispers and then return to it, ripe for the taking. But by breaking the link, you threw a wrench in its system. So what happens if the mark reactivates? Thomas shrugged grimly. I don't know, maybe you start draining again. Maybe the spirits can touch you. Maybe you just turn into one of them. The gaunt man, he was probably marked too, couldn't break it. And now he's trapped, a permanent sentinel. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, a chilling reminder of how close I was to that fate. As the afternoon wore on, the river led us through increasingly steep and rugged terrain. The banks became narrower, the current faster, and the surrounding trees grew denser, their ancient branches forming a thick, oppressive canopy once more. The natural sounds began to recede again, replaced by a more familiar, heavy silence, a silence that hinted at the forest's lingering presence, its reluctance to let us go. It's not letting up easily, Thomas observed, his voice grim, as we struggled to navigate a particularly treacherous section of the bank, where the river dropped precipitously into a series of roaring rapids. This is its way of pushing back, making the path as hard as possible. We found a temporary reprieve in a small, sheltered cove, a sandy patch beside the churning waters. We decided to make camp there, gather our strength, and assess our options. The river was unnavigable by foot through the rapids, and building a raft with our limited tools would be a monumental task. As we set up our two-person tent, a stark reminder of Mark's absence, the light began to fade rapidly, the perpetual twilight of the deep forest descending once more. The air grew colder, and a familiar, unsettling heaviness settled over us. We're still in its territory, I noted, my voice quiet. It's not letting us off the hook. Thomas nodded, struggling to get a small fire started. The wood was damp, the air thick with moisture. No, but at least we're making progress, real progress on a fixed path. That's more than I've done in weeks. The small fire sputtered to life, casting flickering shadows against the trees and the churning river. The crackle of the flames, the roar of the rapids, and the soft murmur of our voices were small bulwarks against the encroaching darkness and the chilling silence beyond the firelight. We ate our dehydrated meals, sharing what little comfort we could find in the warmth of the fire. The physical exhaustion was immense, but the shared terror, the shared fight, had forged an unspoken bond between us. We were no longer alone. As night deepened, the forest grew quiet around us, save for the constant roar of the rapids. The air grew frigid, and a thin mist began to rise from the cold river, swirling through the trees, creating ghostly shapes in the flickering firelight. We need a plan for the rapids, I said, breaking the silence, looking out at the churning water. We can't go around them in this terrain, and we can't go through them without a boat. Thomas stared into the flames, his brow furrowed. I know, I've been thinking, if the river leads out, we have to follow it, even if it means going over the falls. He paused, then looked at me, a grim resolution in his eyes. I have some rope and my hatchet. We might be able to lash together some deadfall, enough to make a crude raft, just to get us past this section, take our chances with the current. It was a desperate plan, fraught with peril, but it was the only one we had. The rapids looked brutal, a maelstrom of rocks and churning water that could easily capsize and destroy any makeshift vessel, let alone us. It'll be dangerous, I stated the obvious. Everything here is dangerous, Alex, Thomas replied, his voice flat. But at least this danger is tangible. It's water, not whatever lurks in those trees. He gestured to the dark, silent forest. We agreed to start work at first light, gather as much deadfall as we could find, and attempt to construct a small, sturdy raft. It was a daunting task, but the alternative was to remain trapped, waiting for the forest's malevolent entities to find us again. We took turns keeping watch, though sleep was elusive. The roar of the rapids was a constant, unsettling reminder of the danger that lay ahead. The cold, the fatigue, the lingering fear, it all pressed down on us. My wrist still throbbed, a dull, insistent ache, but the draining had not returned. The cauterization for now held. Around midnight, a new sound cut through the roar of the rapids. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. The whispers. Not the mournful chorus of the lost this time. This was different. A single, distinct whisper, cold and clear, seemed to slither through the mist directly into my mind. He is weak, a fool. It was a cruel, taunting voice, filled with contempt, aimed at Thomas. It was not sorrowful, it was malicious. My blood ran cold. The forest was speaking to me, trying to turn me against my only ally. I glanced at Thomas, huddled by the fire, his face etched with worry. He didn't seem to have heard it. The whisper was personal, targeting me. Another whisper, this one more insistent, laced with a seductive allure. Leave him alone, you will bite, phrase. It was a lie, a wicked, cunning lie, designed to isolate me, to make me vulnerable. It wanted me alone, just like Mark. I clenched my jaw, fighting back the insidious suggestion. I wouldn't fall for it. Thomas was my only hope. The whispers continued, circling me, always just beyond the firelight, always targeting my thoughts, trying to sow doubt, to break my resolve. They spoke of my past regrets, of my fears, of the futility of our escape attempt. They knew my weaknesses. But then another thought, a desperate, defiant one. If the whispers wanted to break us apart, it meant we were a threat. Two people working together were harder to consume. This was a confirmation of our path, a sign that we were doing something right. I didn't tell Thomas about the whispers. I didn't want to worry him, or worse, make him doubt me, make him think I was succumbing to the madness. I had to fight this alone, within my own mind. The rest of the night passed in a tense, silent vigil. The whispers continued their relentless assault, but I fought them, pushing them back with every ounce of my will, clinging to the grim determination that had brought me this far. As the first sliver of dawn painted the sky in weak, watery shades of gray, the whispers finally receded, melting away with the mist. The roar of the rapids, the sound of the flowing river, returned to fill the silence. Thomas, stirring from his fitful sleep, looked at me, his eyes tired. "Ready for a swim?" he asked, a grim attempt at humor. I nodded, my voice firm. "Ready." We spent the morning painstakingly collecting deadfall, large, sturdy logs that had fallen naturally. The forest, though still dense, seemed to yield its bounty, as if grudgingly acknowledging our stubborn persistence. Thomas, with his hatchet and rope, proved to be an invaluable asset. He was strong, resourceful, and his knowledge of the wilderness, even a twisted one, was evident. We lashed together a crude but surprisingly sturdy raft, using thick vines and his strong rope to bind the logs tightly. It was just big enough for the two of us and our packs, a precarious vessel against the raging rapids. As we finished, the sun, still weak and diffused, was high enough to cast a pale light through the canopy. The air was cold, damp, and the silence of the forest, once again, had deepened around us. The whispers were gone, but the feeling of being watched, of being assessed, was palpable. "This is it," Thomas said, looking at the makeshift raft, then at the churning rapids, his face grim. No turning back now. I nodded, my stomach churning with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. The rapids looked even more ferocious in the daylight, a swirling vortex of white water and jagged rocks. We carefully pushed the raft into the current, climbing aboard, bracing ourselves against the coming onslaught. Thomas took the front, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift paddle to try and steer us, while I clung to the ropes, my eyes fixed on the raging water ahead. The current immediately seized us, pulling us relentlessly into the heart of the rapids. The raft pitched and bucked, slamming against unseen rocks, sending icy spray over us. The roar of the water was deafening, drowning out all other sound, even our own desperate shouts. We clung on for dear life, muscles straining, bodies battered by the relentless force of the river. Thomas fought valiantly, trying to guide the raft, but we were largely at the mercy of the current, swept along like a leaf in a storm. Suddenly, a massive log, dislodged from the bank, came hurtling towards us, propelled by the furious current. "Brace!" Thomas screamed, his voice barely audible above the roar. I saw it coming, a thick, gnarled trunk heading straight for the side of our raft. There was nothing we could do. It slammed into us with tremendous force, splintering one of our smaller logs and sending a shockwave through the entire raft. The impact threw me backwards, my head hitting something hard. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment my vision swam, the world tilting violently. I vaguely heard Thomas shouting, his voice strained. I tasted blood in my mouth. My grip on the ropes was failing. I was slipping. Just as I felt myself going overboard, a strong hand clamped onto my arm, pulling me back, dragging me against the remains of the raft. It was Thomas. His face was grim, a cut bleeding from his forehead, but his eyes were fixed on me, determined. "Stay with me, Alex," he yelled, his voice raw. "Don't let go." I clung to him, clinging to the ropes, gasping for air, trying to clear my head. The raft, though damaged, was still holding together, still hurtling down the rapids. We continued our terrifying descent, battered and bruised, but somehow still afloat. The rapids seemed endless, a terrifying gauntlet of rocks and churning water. My body ached, my head throbbed, and my wrist, the cauterized mark, began to burn with a renewed, insistent ache. The draining sensation, the cold emptiness, started to return, subtle at first, then growing stronger. The forest wasn't done with me. The mark was reactivating. I gritted my teeth, fighting back the rising panic, trying to ignore the insidious draining. I had to focus. I had to survive, for Mark, for myself. Just as I thought I couldn't take any more, just as my strength was about to give out completely, the roar of the rapids began to subside. Slowly, gradually, the water grew calmer, the current less violent. The churning white water gave way to a smoother, darker flow. We had made it through. The raft drifted into a wide, calmer section of the river, its current still strong, but no longer a raging torrent. We lay there, gasping for breath, our bodies bruised and battered, but alive. We did it," Thomas gasped, collapsing onto the splintered logs, his face pale, his body trembling. I nodded, unable to speak, my lungs burning, my head throbbing. The draining sensation was still there, but the immediate threat of the rapids had receded, allowing me to push it to the back of my mind for now. We drifted for what felt like hours, carried by the gentle but relentless current. The river widened, its banks becoming less steep, more gradual, covered in a different type of forest, younger, less ancient, with more sunlight filtering through the canopy. The oppressive silence of the deep woods had lifted, replaced by the natural sounds of a healthy, thriving forest. Birds sang, squirrels chattered, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. It felt normal, miraculously, wonderfully normal. Are we out? I whispered, daring to hope. Thomas slowly pushed himself up, scanning the banks, then the river ahead. I don't know, it feels different, lighter, but this forest, it's tricky. He was right to be cautious. We had learned that lesson the hard way. But the air here was cleaner, fresher, devoid of the metallic, acrid stench of the cabin, the sickly sweet smell of the spirits. The cold, internal chill I had felt for days seemed to dissipate, replaced by a more natural warmth. We spotted a small tributary joining the main river, its waters clear and sparkling. And then, further down, through a break in the trees, a flash of something man-made. A road. Faint, unpaved, but unmistakably a logging road, a dirt track, a sign of civilization. A road, I shouted, my voice hoarse, but filled with an overwhelming surge of pure, unadulterated relief. Thomas, a road. He saw it too, his eyes widening, a stunned, incredulous smile slowly spreading across his grimy face. By God, he breathed, a tear tracing a path through the dirt on his cheek. By God, we did it. We struggled to paddle the makeshift raft to the bank, abandoning it without a second, thought the moment we touched solid ground. We scrambled up the bank, our legs trembling, and stood on the dirt road, staring at its dusty, familiar surface. It wasn't a paved highway. It was old, overgrown in places, clearly not heavily used. But it was a road, a path created by human hands, leading away from the impossible, looping wilderness we had just escaped. We looked at each other, battered, bruised, exhausted, but alive. A wave of profound relief, mixed with the lingering trauma of what we had endured, washed over us. We had escaped. "We need to follow it," Thomas said, his voice thick with emotion, pointing down the road. "It has to lead somewhere." We started walking, our steps slow and painful, but filled with a new, desperate urgency. Every crunch of our boots on the gravel, every glimpse of a normal tree, every sound of a real bird was a blessing. The road, however rough, felt like a golden pathway out of hell. As we walked, the forest around us gradually changed, becoming less dense, less ancient. The canopy thinned, allowing more sunlight to break through. The air grew warmer, the oppressive silence replaced by the familiar symphony of a healthy, bustling forest. The mark on my wrist still ached, a dull, insistent throbbing, and generating part 7 of 8. My wrist still throbbed, a dull, insistent ache, and the cold emptiness, that insidious draining sensation, was slowly creeping back. It was a subtle, terrifying reminder that even though we were on a road, even though the sun was breaking through the canopy, we weren't truly free. Not yet. The forest might have released us from its immediate, twisting grip, but its claim on me, the invisible tether, still held. "We're not out of it yet, are we?" I murmured, more to myself than to Thomas, as we walked, each step on the dusty road a painful relief. Thomas, ahead of me, paused, turning to look back at the dense tree line we had just emerged from. His face, still grim despite the relief, hardened. "No, Alex, not by a long shot. This place, it doesn't give up its prisoners easily. But this road, it's a start. We're moving. That's what matters." He patted the heavy brass compass hanging from his neck, its needle still pointing reliably. "And this little fella, it's still telling us true north." That's more than we had for days. The road was rough, barely more than 2 worn tracks in the dirt. bordered by younger firs and cedars than the ancient behemoths of the deep forest. Sunlight, though watery, dappled the ground, creating dancing patterns of light and shadow. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the chirping of unseen birds was a welcome, normal sound. We kept walking, fueled by a fragile hope, our bodies aching, but our minds fixated on reaching true civilization. We walked for what felt like hours, the logging road winding through a gradually changing landscape. The trees thinned out further, replaced by more open patches of brush and occasional clearings. The road itself became slightly wider, less overgrown, hinting at more recent use. Each turn in the road brought a renewed surge of hope, a desperate longing for a paved surface, a mailbox, any unmistakable sign of human habitation beyond what we were. But as the day wore on and the sun began to dip low in the sky, painting the scattered clouds in hues of orange and purple, I noticed something subtle, something chilling: the silence. It wasn't the oppressive, malevolent silence of the deep woods, but it was a quiet that felt too quiet. The bird calls had lessened. The rustle of squirrels was gone. The gentle breeze, which had been a welcome sound, seemed to die out completely. And then the scent, faintly, almost imperceptibly at first, that metallic, acrid smell, the signature of the cabin's hunger, began to waft through the air. It was a ghost of a smell, but undeniable, sending a prickle of dread up my spine. Thomas must have noticed it too. He stopped abruptly, his rifle instinctively raising, his head cocked, listening. "Do you feel that?" he whispered, his voice low and tense. "The air, it's getting heavy again." I nodded, my heart beginning to pound. The draining sensation in my wrist intensified, a dull ache transforming into a sharp, persistent burn. The mark was waking up. We stood there, motionless, listening. The forest, which had seemed to loosen its grip, now felt like it was closing in again, subtly, insidiously. The dirt road, our perceived path to safety, now seemed like a trap, another winding corridor in the forest's labyrinth. Then from the trees, from all around us, a sound, the whispers. Faint, mournful, like dry leaves skittering across barren ground, they began to return. A chorus of unseen voices, speaking of loss, of despair, of an inescapable fate. They were insidious, seeping into my mind, tugging at the frayed edges of my resolve. Still here, still trapped, no escape. "They're back," I choked out, clutching my throbbing wrist, my voice barely audible above the rising chorus of whispers. Thomas lowered his rifle slightly, his face a mask of grim resignation. They always come back. This forest, it carries its burdens everywhere." He looked around, his eyes sweeping the darkening tree line. "But we're on a road, a path. We keep moving." We started walking again, faster this time, trying to outrun the encroaching dread, to outpace the whispers. But they clung to us, swirling around us like an invisible mist, seeping into our thoughts, trying to break our spirits. The draining in my wrist grew stronger, a constant, insidious siphon on my energy. I could feel the cold emptiness returning, the subtle hollowing out of my being. The road, which had seemed so promising, now felt like a cruel deception. It twisted and turned, leading us deeper into what felt like a familiar, unsettling territory. The trees, though not ancient, seemed to take on the same oppressive quality as those closer to the cabin, their branches interwoven into a dense, green ceiling that blocked out the fading sunlight. The air grew colder, heavier, saturated with that metallic, acrid stench. Then, through a break in the trees, a sight that made my blood run cold. Ahead, just off the side of the road, partially obscured by overgrown brush, was a small, stagnant pond. Its surface was dark and still, covered in a thick layer of green algae, and beside it, partially submerged in the muddy bank, was a specific fallen log covered in a peculiar glowing fungus. My stomach dropped. I knew that log. I knew that pond. We had passed it yesterday, or the day before, during our futile attempts to escape the looping forest. It was one of the landmarks that had marked our return to familiar, cursed territory. The looping, I whispered, the word a desperate gasp. It's happening again, even on the road. Thomas saw it too, his face paling further. He slammed his fist against a tree trunk in frustrated despair. Damn it, I thought we had broken free. This road, it's just another part of its maze. The whispers intensified, swirling around us, laced with a triumphant, mocking tone. Foolish, futile, join us. Despair, cold and absolute, began to settle in. We had escaped the deep woods, only to find the road itself was a part of the trap. Our hope, fragile as it was, began to shatter. We can't stop, Thomas said, his voice raw, his eyes darting from the pond to the road ahead, then back to the darkening tree line. We have to keep moving, find a way to break it again. But the exhaustion was profound. The draining in my wrist was relentless, slowly sapping my strength, making every step an immense effort. My head throbbed, my vision blurred, and the cold emptiness gnawed at my core. I knew I couldn't last much longer without rest. We need to set up camp, I gasped, leaning against a tree, my legs trembling. I can't keep going. The mark, it's draining me again. Thomas looked at my wrist, then at my pale, exhausted face, a flicker of fear and concern in his eyes. He knew what that meant. He had seen the gaunt man, the spectral figures. He knew what awaited me if I succumbed. All right, he conceded, his voice heavy with resignation. We find a spot, quickly, before it gets dark, and before whatever that is decides to pay a visit. He gestured vaguely into the thickening gloom. We found a small, relatively flat clearing just off the side of the logging road, partially shielded by a cluster of firs. The ground here was still carpeted in pine needles and moss, but the trees felt less ancient, less menacing than those deeper in the forest. However, the whispers were still present, a constant, low hum of sorrow and despair, just beyond the perimeter of our makeshift camp. Setting up the tent was a slow, agonizing process. My hands trembled, my muscles screamed, and the draining from my wrist made me feel impossibly weak. Thomas, despite his own exhaustion, moved with grim efficiency, his face set in a hard line. He clearly understood the urgency of our situation. We didn't bother with a fire tonight. The light might attract attention, and neither of us had the energy for the struggle. We just wanted to disappear, to become invisible in the deepening darkness. We huddled together in the tent, zipped up tight, plunging ourselves into near-total blackness. The cold was pervasive, seeping into our bones, and the acrid, metallic smell was stronger here, mingling with the damp earth and the scent of pine. The whispers were a constant presence, a soft, insidious murmur that pressed against the thin fabric of the tent, seeping into our minds. Lost forever, sleep, surrender. I clutched my burned wrist, fighting against the draining, fighting against the profound weakness that threatened to consume me. It was like trying to hold back a rising tide. The cauterization had worked as a temporary fix, but it seemed the cabin's power, its claim, was simply too strong to be permanently severed without leaving its domain entirely. We can't stay here, I whispered, my voice raw. Not with this draining. I won't last another day like this. Thomas was silent for a moment, his breathing shallow next to me. Then he spoke, his voice low and firm. We need to stop the draining, get rid of the mark for good, or at least find a more permanent way to suppress it. And how? I don't know, he admitted, a note of frustration in his voice. But I've been thinking about what you said. The cabin, the altar, the carvings, and the monolith, they're all connected. They're feeding. And they make this forest loop to keep people coming back to them, to keep the food source contained. So, what does that mean for us? It means the road, this entire area, it's still within its influence, Thomas explained. We're not far enough away. The looping mechanism is still active. The whispers can still find us. And that thing, he trailed off, a shiver running through him, remembering the thumping monstrosity. But we can't just go back to the cabin, I argued. It took Mark, and that monolith, it was another feeding ground. I saw another carving there, and the bodies of other hikers. I know, Thomas said, his voice grim. But what if we need to understand the mechanism, the source of its power, to break it, not just evade it? His words sent a fresh wave of terror through me, but also a desperate flicker of possibility. To confront the source of the evil, it was suicidal. But what other option did we have? Wander in circles until we succumb to the draining, or the thumper, or the whispers. The blue shard, I whispered, remembering the cold, pulsing light on the altar. That was the power source, I think, and the carving, it was the devourer. And the symbols on the floor, Thomas added. The eye with the jagged lines, everywhere in the cabin, everywhere on the altar. What if that's the key? What if it's a form of energy conduit or a control mechanism? The idea was terrifying, but it was a theory, a point of focus in the swirling chaos of the impossible. We talked for hours in the darkness, whispering our desperate theories, trying to piece together the fragments of our experience into some coherent understanding. The creature that made the thumping sound, was it a guardian, a hunter, a servant? And the gaunt man, the sentinel, was he simply another victim, trapped forever in his duty? As the night deepened, the whispers grew more insistent, their mournful chorus pressing against the tent, trying to infiltrate our thoughts. The draining in my wrist was a constant, aching presence, making me feel hollow, exhausted. I knew I was slowly fading. Around what I guessed was past midnight, a new, unsettling sensation began. Not a sound, not a smell, but a shift in the air pressure. A subtle yet undeniable compression, as if the very atmosphere around our tent was being squeezed. The tent fabric seemed to tighten, pulling inwards, straining against its poles. And then the familiar sound. Thump-o-thump-o thump asterisk. Faint, distant, but unmistakable, it was back, and it was getting closer. My heart seized in my chest. Thomas stiffened beside me, his shallow breathing audible in the sudden, tense silence that had fallen over the whispers. They had vanished instantly, as if scattered by the approaching monstrosity. The thumping grew louder, closer, shaking the very ground beneath us. The air pressure increased, making it hard to breathe. The metallic, acrid smell intensified, now mixed with a heavy, earthy stench, the smell of decay and immense power. "It knows we're here," Thomas whispered, his voice tight with terror. He gripped his rifle, his knuckles white. The thumping continued its slow, deliberate circuit around our tent, each impact landing impossibly close, vibrating through the thin fabric, through the cold earth, and deep into our bones. I could almost feel its colossal weight, its immense shadow looming over our fragile shelter. Then the thumping stopped, abruptly, completely. The sudden silence was deafening, even more terrifying than the noise. It was a loaded silence, pregnant with anticipation, filled with the undeniable presence of something enormous and malevolent just beyond our tent wall. We couldn't see it, but we could feel it. feel its immense shadow, its cold breath, its patient, predatory gaze. Seconds stretched into minutes, each one an eternity. My breath hitched in my throat, afraid to even make the slightest sound. Thomas's breathing next to me was equally shallow, ragged. We listened, straining our ears for any hint, any rustle, any whisper of movement. Nothing, only the deafening roar of blood in our ears. The air inside the tent grew even colder, a deep, pervasive chill that seemed to emanate from outside, seeping through the fabric. I could feel the hairs on my arms prickle, my skin crawl. It felt like something was hovering just above us, a silent, watchful judgment. Then a new sound, impossibly close. A deep, rasping inhalation, followed by an even deeper, more guttural exhalation. It was enormous, like the sound of a cavern breathing, a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but through the ground beneath us. It was so close I could almost feel the displaced air, the hot, stale breath of whatever was outside. It was not human. It was not animal. It was something else entirely. My mind screamed at me to move, to run, to scream, but my body was locked in a vice of pure, unadulterated terror. Thomas squeezed my arm, a silent plea, a shared agony. We just lay there, unmoving, praying that whatever it was would simply move on, pass us by, leave us to the cold mercy of the forest. The breathing continued for what felt like an hour, slow and rhythmic, right outside our tent. It was a sound of immense power, ancient and indifferent. It felt like it was studying us, listening to our terrified heartbeats, savoring our fear. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, the breathing began to recede, moving away from the tent, just as slowly and deliberately as the thumping had arrived. We heard a faint, distant rustle of immense branches, a soft crackle of undergrowth that sounded like massive trunks being snapped, not twigs. Then the rhythmic asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk returned, fainter this time, moving steadily away, deeper into the forest, until eventually it faded into the absolute silence of the night. We didn't move, not for a long time. We lay there, our bodies rigid, our minds reeling, listening to the oppressive quiet, trying to convince ourselves that it was truly gone. The metallic, acrid smell lingered, a tangible reminder of the monstrous presence that had encircled us. Finally, a faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the sky began to show through the tent fabric. Dawn, the first sliver of hope in a night of endless terror. "It's gone," Thomas whispered, his voice hoarse and barely audible, a profound relief washing over his words. I couldn't respond. My throat was too tight, my entire being still vibrating with fear. I just nodded, a slight tremor running through me. We waited until the light was strong enough to penetrate the tent, painting the interior in weak, watery shades of gray. Then, cautiously, Thomas unzipped the tent flap. The forest outside looked the same, and yet entirely different. The trees still stood, ancient and imposing, but they now seemed to hold a darker secret, a malevolent knowledge. The ground was covered in the usual carpet of leaves and needles, untouched. There were no massive footprints, no broken branches, no signs of the colossal entity that had surrounded our tent. Nothing. Except for the smell. It still lingered faintly in the air, a ghost of the night's terror, and a pervasive, unsettling cold that hadn't entirely dissipated with the dawn. We emerged slowly, stiff and sore, our faces pale, eyes wide and bloodshot from lack of sleep. The air was frigid, biting, and the pervasive silence had returned, but now it felt even more menacing, as if the forest was merely holding its breath, waiting for the next act. "There's nothing," Thomas murmured, scanning the ground around our campsite. He walked a small circle, looking for any disturbance. No tracks, no broken branches. It's like it was never here. But it was here, I insisted, rubbing my arms, trying to ward off the lingering chill. We both heard it. We both felt it. Thomas nodded, his eyes fixed on the dense undergrowth. I know, and that voice, that breathing, he shuddered. It wasn't an animal, was it? The question hung in the cold morning air, unanswered and terrifying. No, it wasn't an animal. It was something far beyond our comprehension, something that defied the natural world we knew. We need to go, I said, the words feeling heavy and urgent. We can't stay here. Packing up camp was a slow, mechanical process, our movements stiff and uncoordinated. Every rustle of a leaf, every creak of a branch made us jump. Our eyes constantly darted into the shadows, searching for a hint of movement, a sign of what had been lurking just beyond our sight. The fear was a cold, hard knot in our stomachs, a constant companion that had replaced the previous day's dread. As we prepared to leave, Thomas pulled out his GPS again, hoping against hope that it might have reset, that the maps would have reappeared. But the screen remained blank, save for our current position and the distant, unchanging marker of the cabin. He then pulled out the paper map, but it too was still a featureless white expanse. This is insane, he muttered, frustration and despair finally breaking through his stoic demeanor. He crumpled the paper map in his hand, then smoothed it out again, as if the act of touching it might restore its lost details. How are we supposed to get out of here? We have the compass, I reminded him, trying to inject some optimism into my voice, though it felt hollow. We know west is generally towards the ocean, towards civilization. We just need to pick a direction and stick to it. It was a desperate plan, a shot in the dark, but it was all we had. Without topographical lines, without marked trails, without any point of reference beyond the sun and the general direction of west, we were truly blind. The forest around us was a vast, undifferentiated sea of green and brown, an endless labyrinth. West it is, then, Thomas said, re-shouldering his pack, his voice devoid of its usual cheer. Just try to keep a straight line. We started walking, heading what we hoped was west, using the sun as a general guide and Thomas's small analog compass for finer adjustments. The compass, at least, still worked, its needle swinging reliably to magnetic north, but even that offered little comfort. Without a map, knowing north was like knowing a single letter of a vast, incomprehensible book. The silence of the forest was broken only by our own footsteps and the pounding of our hearts. The air was still, heavy, and the trees seemed to loom over us, their ancient branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out much of the sky. We were in a perpetual twilight, the dim light further disorienting us. Hours passed. We walked, our muscles aching, our minds growing increasingly numb with fatigue and fear. The terrain was challenging, steep inclines followed by sudden drops, dense thickets of rhododendron that clawed at our clothes, and slick moss-covered rocks that threatened to send us tumbling. Without a clear path, our progress was slow and arduous. And then the forest began to play tricks on us. First, it was subtle, a tree that looked familiar, a distinctive rock formation. We'd pass it, walk for a while, and then round a bend only to see it again, seemingly from a different angle, but unmistakably the same. Did we just circle back? I asked, pausing beside a gnarled cedar with a distinctive broken top. I was sure we'd passed this particular tree at least an hour ago. Thomas consulted his compass, his brow furrowed. No, I've been holding true west, or as true as possible in this terrain. He looked around, his eyes scanning the endless, indistinguishable trees. It just looks similar, I guess. But it wasn't just similar, it was identical. The way the moss grew, the specific pattern of bark, the shape of the broken top. We continued, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. But it kept happening. We'd walk for what felt like miles, then come across the same cluster of three firs, or the same small, stagnant pool of water, or the same fallen log covered in a particular type of fungus. It wasn't just a sense of déjà vu, it was a chilling repetition, as if the forest was bending space around us, trapping us in a loop. "This isn't right," Thomas finally said, his voice tight with growing panic. He stopped, spinning slowly, his gaze wild. "We're not making any progress. It feels like the forest is putting us back." The unsettling silence intensified, pressing in on us. The faint, earthy metallic smell seemed to return, almost imperceptibly, carried on a breeze that wasn't there. "Maybe we need to try a different direction," I suggested, desperate. "Maybe north or south, just to break the loop." We changed direction, aiming south this time. We pushed through thick undergrowth, scrambling up a steep bank, and descended into a small, winding ravine. The ravine was dark, choked with ancient ferns and fallen debris, and the air here was even colder, heavy with moisture. As we navigated its twisting path, the sense of unreality grew. The rock faces seemed to shimmer in our peripheral vision, the shadows elongated and danced, and the silence here was even more profound, almost painful. Then at the end of the ravine, partially hidden by a curtain of dripping moss, we saw it. A small stream, barely a trickle, but it was flowing, shimmering darkly in the dim light, and beside it, partially submerged in the muddy bank, was a rusted tin cup. My blood ran cold. I knew that cup. Mark and I had discarded it days ago, near our second campsite, when we accidentally dented it beyond use. It had a distinct, jagged tear on its rim, where I'd tried to pry it open with a knife. "Thomas," I whispered, pointing with a trembling finger. He saw it, and his face, already pale, turned an ashen gray. He slowly walked over, knelt down, and picked up the cup. The jagged tear was exactly as I remembered. "This is yours," he breathed, his voice barely audible. "This is impossible. We're miles from where you left this. We've been walking all day." The realization hit us like a physical blow. We weren't just lost. We weren't just repeating terrain. The forest was actively, maliciously pulling us back, manipulating our path, refusing to let us leave. We had walked for hours, exerting ourselves to the point of exhaustion, only to be led back to a discarded piece of my own gear, a tangible sign that we were going nowhere. Despair, cold and absolute, began to settle in. It wasn't just physical exhaustion anymore. It was a spiritual weariness, a profound sense of helplessness against an unseen, incomprehensible force. The forest was not just a place of danger. It was a living, sentient labyrinth, and we were its unwitting prisoners. We spent the remainder of the afternoon trying other directions, pushing through the relentless undergrowth, but the results were always the same. We would encounter another familiar landmark, a specific triple-trunked tree, a unique rock outcropping, a patch of peculiar, glowing fungi, each one a mocking reminder that our efforts were futile. The forest seemed to stretch and warp around us, an endless, repeating tapestry of greens and browns, always bringing us back to some point we had already passed, subtly shifting the landscape just enough to maintain the illusion of progress before revealing its cruel trick. The light began to fade again, the perpetual twilight deepening into an early dusk. The air grew colder, more biting. Our minds, already frayed, began to fray further. The strain of the past 24 hours, the terror of the cabin, the monstrous thumping, the erased maps, and now this cruel, impossible looping had taken its toll. "We can't keep going," I finally gasped, leaning against a tree, my legs trembling, my throat raw. "We'll just go in circles until we collapse." Thomas slumped against another tree, nodded grimly. His eyes were haunted, his face streaked with dirt and exhaustion. "We're trapped," he whispered, the words heavy with defeat. "We're utterly trapped." The thought of another night in the tent, listening to the unseen horrors of the forest, filled me with dread. But there was no other choice. We couldn't stumble around in the dark. We found another sheltered spot, but this time the process of setting up camp felt less like survival and more like resignation. We moved like automatons, each action a silent testament to our dwindling hope. Building a fire felt like a futile gesture, but the primal need for light and warmth, however transient, was overwhelming. The small flames flickered, casting a fragile circle of light against the encroaching darkness. We huddled close, not speaking, the weight of our situation pressing down on us. Our dehydrated meals lay untouched in our packs. Neither of us had any appetite. All we could do was stare into the dancing flames, trying to find some answer in their warmth, some logic in the illogical. As the night deepened, the silence around us grew, more pervasive and heavy than before. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was an active quiet, a watchful, expectant stillness that seemed to breathe with the forest itself. Every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig was magnified, our nerves stretched to breaking point. "Do you think he's still out there?" Thomas asked, his voice barely a whisper, breaking the long silence. He didn't need to clarify who he was. The gaunt, silent man, the sentinel of the cabin, was burned into our minds. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice equally soft, "but I don't think we're alone." The feeling of being watched was constant, a chilling sensation that prickled the back of my neck even as the fire crackled before us. We tried to talk, to rationalize, to find some shred of hope. Maybe the loop was temporary. Maybe if we conserved our energy, we could find a way out in the morning. But the words felt hollow, echoing in the vast, indifferent silence of the forest. The truth was stark. We were entirely at the mercy of something we couldn't see, couldn't understand, and couldn't fight. Around midnight, it started again. Not the thumping this time. This was different. A sound, low and mournful, like a deep, drawn-out sigh, carried on the phantom breeze. It seemed to come from all directions at once, an undulating, humming sound that resonated through the tree trunks, through the very air. It was a sound of immense sorrow, ancient and profound, like the lament of the earth itself. It was haunting, chilling, and utterly, soul-crushingly beautiful in its despair. It tugged at something deep within us, a primal chord of grief and longing. What is that?" Thomas choked out, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear, one tinged with a strange, unsettling melancholy. The hum grew louder, more resonant, vibrating through our chests. It was a chorus of unseen voices, a symphony of suffering, emanating from the very fabric of the forest. It was deeply unsettling, but unlike the growl or the thumping, it didn't feel overtly hostile. It felt sorrowful. Like a profound, ancient sadness was washing over us, seeping into our minds. As the humming intensified, a subtle change began to occur in the forest around us. The shadows cast by the fire began to twist and writhe, not just with the movement of the flames, but with an unnatural, independent life. The trees themselves seemed to shift, their forms blurring at the edges, their branches reaching, grasping. Then faint, shimmering lights began to appear among the trees. Tiny, ethereal glows like fireflies, but larger and colder, moving slowly, deliberately through the darkness. They were not bright, but rather a soft, internal luminescence, casting no shadows of their own. They hovered, pulsed, and drifted between the ancient trunks, an eerie, silent dance. "Are those spirits?" I whispered, my voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The humming, the shifting shadows, the ghostly lights, it was all too much. It was breaking through the last vestiges of our rational minds. The lights drew closer, hundreds of them, filling the spaces between the trees, illuminating the dark forest with a soft, otherworldly glow. And as they did, we began to see shapes within them. Not distinct forms, but vague, humanoid outlines, spectral figures, moving with a graceful, mournful slowness. They seemed to be reaching, beckoning, their movements imbued with that same profound sadness as the humming that filled the air. The metallic, acrid scent from the previous night was now undeniably strong, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of the forest, and something else, something sweet and sickly, like old, withered flowers. One of the spectral figures, larger than the others, began to drift closer to our campfire. It was translucent, a mere suggestion of a form, but undeniably human-like. Its head was slightly bowed, its arms held out, as if in supplication or profound grief. As it came within 20 feet of us, the humming intensified, and a single, clear sound emerged from the chorus, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper that seemed to speak directly into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. "Lost forever, trapped." The words were not accusatory, but simply stated, a mournful declaration. It felt like a shared fate, a lamentation for its own predicament, and now for ours. Thomas had fallen silent, his face a mask of utter horror, his eyes fixed on the approaching entity. He reached out, grabbing my arm with a desperate grip, his fingers digging into my flesh. His chest was heaving, his breath coming in shallow gasps. They're everywhere," he rasped, his gaze sweeping across the forest, where countless other shimmering figures now drifted, their forms vague and indistinct, yet undeniably present. The humming was a tide, washing over us, threatening to drown us in its ancient sorrow. The larger entity paused at the edge of the firelight, its spectral form wavering, almost like smoke. Its head slowly lifted, and though it had no discernible features, no eyes, I felt an intense, crushing sadness emanating from it, a silent communication of an eternal plight. Another whisper, this one clearer, colder, piercing directly into my thoughts. "Join us." It was a gentle invitation, not a threat, but it was horrifying in its implication. To join them meant to become one of these spectral, sorrowful figures, to drift through the endless, repeating labyrinth of this accursed forest, lost forever. "No," I choked out, a defiant whisper, my voice shaking. "No, we won't." The figure seemed to pause, its form pulsing slightly. The humming around us wavered, then intensified, a wave of profound melancholy washing over me. I felt a desperate urge to weep, to surrender to the overwhelming sadness, to let go of the struggle. Thomas, however, seemed to find a spark of fight in his terror. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing a burning log from the fire, not as a weapon, but as a shield against the encroaching despair. He held it up, the small flame flickering defiantly against the myriad spectral lights. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice cracking, but full of a desperate human defiance. "Get away from us." The spectral figure recoiled slightly, its form shimmering. The humming faltered, then slowly, reluctantly, the ghostly lights began to recede, moving back into the deeper shadows of the forest. The larger figure lingered for a moment, its presence still radiating that profound sadness, then turned and drifted away, dissolving back into the darkness. Lazlo, generating part 8 of 8. Last of the lights vanished, and the mournful humming faded into the background. The cold, heavy silence returned, though it was now tainted with the memory of what we had just witnessed. The air felt charged, oppressive. We stood there trembling, Thomas still holding the smoldering log, our eyes fixed on the empty darkness where the spirits had been. The terror was still there, but now it was mixed with a chilling understanding. This forest was more than just lost. It was haunted, and it wanted us to stay. They're the ones who are trapped, Thomas whispered, dropping the log, his voice heavy with a new, horrifying realization. And they want us to join them. This isn't just a forest, I said, looking around at the ancient, silent trees. It's a prison, and we're inside it. Sleep was once again impossible. We spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, feeding it logs, listening to the silence, waiting for the sun to rise and dreading what the new day would bring. The mournful humming was gone, but the memory of it and the spectral figures had etched themselves into our minds, a terrifying testament to the true nature of this place. The first rays of dawn brought little comfort. The forest still felt menacing. The air still carried a faint trace of that acrid, metallic smell. The spectral encounter had left us deeply shaken, but also with a grim clarity. Our enemy wasn't just the wilderness. It was something supernatural, something that actively sought to keep us within its boundaries. We can't just keep walking in circles, Thomas said as we packed up our meager camp. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. It's pointless. The forest won't let us leave that way. So what do we do? I asked, my own voice edged with desperation. Just sit here and wait to starve. He shook his head, looking around with a defeated gaze. No, I've been thinking about it. The cabin. It's the only fixed point on our blank maps. The only thing that hasn't moved, hasn't disappeared, hasn't been erased. My stomach churned. You want to go back to the cabin, after everything. After that growl and that man and everything. The thought filled me with an instant, visceral dread. The cabin was where this nightmare began, the epicenter of the unnatural. It's our only landmark, Thomas argued, his voice low but firm. The only thing this asterisk place hasn't swallowed. Maybe there's something there, a way out, or at least a way to understand what's happening. It was a terrifying idea. But in our current state of complete disorientation and hopelessness, it held a perverse logic. The forest was actively pushing us away from any escape, twisting our paths. Perhaps the only way to break the pattern was to return to the origin of the anomaly. And what if that thing is still in there? I asked, remembering the growl, the scraping, or that man. Then we deal with it, Thomas said, a grim determination setting in his eyes. We can't keep wandering aimlessly. We're going to die out here if we do. At least this gives us a direction, a purpose. He pulled out the GPS. The screen still showed the blank map, our current dot, and the distant black square of the cabin. It was an almost irresistible pull, the only beacon in a sea of nothingness. Okay, I agreed, against every instinct of self-preservation. But we approach with extreme caution, and if anything feels wrong, anything at all, we turn and run, no questions asked. Thomas nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the immense risk we were about to take. We adjusted our packs, checked our limited supplies. The water was running low, and our food, while plentiful, was rapidly losing its appeal. The physical strain was immense, but the psychological toll was far greater. We were teetering on the edge of utter breakdown. Using the GPS to navigate back to the cabin was easier said than done. The device only showed our general location relative to the cabin. It didn't provide a clear path or distance. We had to move slowly, constantly checking the subtle shifts in our position, guiding ourselves through the featureless green expanse. It felt like walking blindfolded, with only a vague sense of a distant target. The journey back was even more unsettling than our escape. Every rustle seemed to hide a threat. Every shadow seemed to conceal a watching eye. The silence of the forest felt heavier, the trees more menacing. The deeper we went, the stronger the metallic, acrid scent became, signaling our return to the heart of the anomaly. We kept expecting the spectral figures to reappear, or the massive thumping to return, but the forest remained eerily quiet. It felt as if it was merely observing our inevitable return, allowing us to walk willingly back into the spider's web. Hours later, the trees began to thin again, the light ahead growing stronger. The air grew colder, and that profound, ancient silence descended upon us once more. We knew we were close. Cautiously, we pushed through the last line of trees, stepping out into the small, irregular clearing. The cabin stood exactly as we had left it, dark, silent, windowless, absorbing the faint daylight. It still looked unnervingly pristine, untouched by the elements, a strange, resilient shadow against the muted greens and grays. The heavy, planked door with its rusted iron plate was still sealed tight. The malevolent symbol was still branded into the log, radiating its quiet menace. But something was different. As we stepped into the clearing, the strange, cold light seemed to pulse faintly, almost imperceptibly, and the ground around the cabin, which had been bare of recent footprints or cleared space, now showed subtle signs of disturbance. Not footprints, not exactly, more like indentations. Large, shallow depressions in the moss and pine needles, radiating outwards from the cabin, almost like a massive, heavy weight had been resting there, leaving behind a subtle imprint. In the air around the cabin, it was thick, not just with the acrid smell, which was now overwhelmingly strong, but with a palpable, oppressive energy. It felt like the very air was charged, humming with an unseen force. We approached slowly, our hearts hammering against our ribs, our eyes darting around the clearing, searching for any sign of the silent man or the creature that had growled from within. But there was nothing, only the cabin, standing like a dark sentinel. As we got closer, I noticed the source of the subtle indentations. They were indeed traces of immense pressure, almost perfectly circular, spaced in a regular, rhythmic pattern around the cabin. It was as if something gargantuan had been walking in a slow, deliberate circle around the structure, the same rhythm as the thumping we had heard that night. My gaze drifted to the heavy door, to the circular iron plate. It was still rusted shut, still impervious, but as I stared at it, I noticed something new. The surface of the rusted iron, which had been dull and uniform, now had a faint, almost imperceptible sheen to it, a subtle iridescence that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dim light. And around the edges of the plate, where it met the dark wood of the door, there was a faint, black residue, almost like ash or soot. Thomas saw it too. He walked up to the door, his hand hesitantly reaching out, then pulling back. "It's warm," he whispered, his voice full of disbelief. "The iron plate, it's radiating heat." He was